That should be better. Look at that. VNAV not working under? It's working great. I'm actually loving VNAV. So I took the plane out for a flight earlier today, and it worked perfectly. Absolutely perfectly. So got me all the way down. Effectively, once I took off, it just landed. It was perfect. So yeah, so I'm looking to replicate that today. Let's see here. Let's change. See if someone wants to do. There we go. Blue. Hey, look at that. It works like a dream. All right. Poor dog. Poor little dog. Had a little panic attack at that. So today we've got a fun thing to do. I've got a. Let's see if it shows up on here. It does. Look at that. So I've got a timer set up. So that what we're gonna do is I'm gonna record this and I'm gonna turn this into a YouTube video on starting at the 737 and going as fast as possible, like just getting it going, because there's so many tutorials out there on how to fly the 737, and then they're clicking all the buttons. It's taking 45 fucking minutes to get the goddamn plane going on a friggin' video. I want to show people how to do it quickly. So my goal is under 5 minutes. That might be a bit of a stretch. 10 minutes, definitely doable. So that's the plan for today. Let's switch this over to one of these. Look at that. That's not the right video. Cool. All right. So why don't we switch over to full game mode? And why don't I hit the record button? Look at that. I'm going to prime all these for recording. I don't think I need the laptop. Definitely don't need music. Master I'll need. And I don't think I'll need the sound effects and stuff, but we're going to prime them anyways. It's recording. Cool, that works. All right, so I'm gonna get rid of studio mode over here. Oh my God. You know, I need another mouse on this desk. Maybe no dog cam today. Which of course is still not working. Oh, and you know what? I'm gonna fix this overlay issue while I'm at it. I've got the good microphone out today too, because why not, right? Face crop 9:16. Should be something like that. I think if I hit, was it F? No, transform. I might be on the wrong screen though. Hit the screen. Look at that. That's a lot better. Cool. All right. Walk Ninja. Where's Walk Ninja? All right. So let's switch this over here. We're going to world map. We are going to go down to San Diego in the BBJ. And to make things easy for people, I think I'm gonna pick one of these stands over here. All right, stand number 21 over here on San Diego. Nice and easy. We're gonna end up taking off from 27. Yeah, how did he know you were there? Like, what? It's calling you out. Lurking. clicking in the background. I'm just reading whatever someone puts in chat. I'm like Ron Burgundy. Because I'm in San Diego, right? Gotta read everything that comes up on screen. That's entertaining. Why is that on? Okay, well, that's better. All right. So let's turn on live split down here. And let's see how fast we can get this done. Having some shawarma, Lebanese, and Blue Yonder's a great combo, just saying. Yeah, shawarma's great. I love it. She's literally licking the floor. What is wrong with you? All right, be a dog. Okay. So we're already taking forever. I only started the stream. Oh god, it doesn't even show me how long it's been running. 14 minutes, and we're already not in the air. What is wrong with me? All right. So the easiest thing to do, so the first thing we got to do is use the right keyboard. That could be very helpful. All right, it's fast starting. First thing we got to do is hit our batteries up here. We can turn on emergency lights while we're at it. Let's get this APU running while we're doing it. We should start up our IRS. It's going to complain because it's on DC, but that's okay. We might get a warning here in a second as our APU comes on. While that's doing that, we're going to hop over here into our FMC. And I have it on a fast start. Yeah, there it goes. So it's warning me that the IMU is not running. Next page. So this isn't quite ready yet, but we're going to start entering our flight plan. KSAN. Reference airport. And then we're going to go over to our route. KSAN. San Diego to San Francisco. So KSFO. I should have started this timer, shouldn't I? And put that in there. Nothing else we need in here is needed. Departures, we're going to go runway 27. We're going to do the Seaward 2 LAX transition. Then our arrivals, we're going to go into here. We're going to do a 28 left into the Surfer 4 with the Eddie arrival. And from here, we can go into our route. Next page, discontinuity, that's fine. And activate and exec. All right, position init. So now our IRSs are still not aligned because we have to turn our APU generators on. May as well turn on their APU bleed while we're at it. This is now aligned. So we go next page, grab this from here, put that into there. Now we are basically ready to go. Zero fuel weight, we can just double tap that. Reserves, this doesn't actually matter. Cost index 25, make us go faster. Cruise altitude, we're gonna go flight level 330. Nothing else here matters. We can hit exec and 1. Nothing here matters. We want to go faster, so no derate. And unable to 28, that's fine, don't care. Takeoff, flaps. We're going to do 5 degrees of flaps. This is going to figure out all the rest of the stuff. We can hit our CG there, doesn't really matter. And just copy over just by clicking those buttons. And from there, we are actually more or less ready to go. So our APU is running, ground power is off. So those are running. We're going to set this up to 33,000 feet. Landing, we're pretty much zero. We're going to be landing. We want to make sure our yaw dampener goes on here while we're at it. And we may as well start kicking on fuel pumps because we're going to need those momentarily. And from there, let's look out the window, see if we can taxi forward. And it looks like taxiing forward is going to be an option for us. Although probably not a great option. So what we're going to do is go back inside here. And over onto here, hit our menu, FS actions, and now we got to go to our ground surfaces, release ground power because we're not going to use it, release our stairs because we're not going to use them either. And where is our pushback? Return, pushback straight out. So we're going to do a standard L with a right turn on the nose, degrees. We're going to do 120 degrees because we're kind of at an angle here. Well, it doesn't like that, but that's fine. Select tug, and we're going to start our pushback. And while that's doing that, we're going to start our first engine. First engine is running. As soon as this hits 25, we're going to hit our gas. And close enough. Hi, dog. Auto brake is set. Did I tell you to start?
Cockpit to ground.
Okay. It's good to have something in the scratch pad. That's fine.
Go ahead.
Okay, as soon as that engine is running, and it looks like it pretty much is. Yeah, there we go. We're going to hit our next one.
Ready to push. Tail to
Wait
the
for that
left.
to spool up.
Brakes off.
Still under 1 minute.
Brakes released.
Wait for that to hit 25. Somewhere around 20. Good enough. Okay, so the only thing we really have left to do here is, now that these engines are starting, we can kick that over there. We should really wait for that if we were doing this correctly. But from there, we can turn on seatbelts if we really wanted to. Generally a good idea to turn on our window heat if we want to. I have my probe set for auto. Those should be on if they're not automatic. And from there, everything else here looks like it's aligned. The only thing we have to worry about now is once this last engine starts up, and it looks like it's got a good start. And they're pushing me out. Okay, and that one's stabilized, so we can start kicking over our generators. Generators are on, which means now we can turn off our APU. Whoops. APU off. And, whoops. And we can now turn off our APU bleed. We need to turn on our electric hydraulics, which we should have had on before, but that's fine. Everything else is ready to go. So we can set up our autopilot, LNAV, VNAV, both of them on. Set up our altitude, because we don't have to worry about altitude constraints. We can go 330.
Pushback complete. Parking brake set.
Pushback complete. Parking brake is set. Cool. Okay. Pop those brakes off.
Brake set.
Now I'm setting my flaps here. That's 2, and we want to go.
Alright, steering pin is disconnected. Watch for the slip release for guidance on your left. Have a good flight.
A little fast for taxiing, but that's okay. We are ready to go. So our V speeds are set. Everything is good to go. Once we take off, we are going to be straight into the air. We're not going to have to control basically anything. As soon as we get off the ground at a few hundred feet, we're just going to kick over into autopilot, clean up the airplane, and then we're being lazy pilots. I'm just going to apex this turn. Real pilots apex their turns. Now the question is, if I do this again, can I get this under 5 minutes? Certainly under 10. I can do this procedure like 2 or 3 times tonight, and record all of it, and then I'll just take the best cut of them all. if you don't start it at the start again. Yeah. Yeah, exactly. If I forget to start it again, I can definitely do it under 5. That's for sure. Okay, other airplanes. Alright, 787 Dreamliner, get wrecked. Alright, boys, let's go. Someone's complaining.
80 knots. V1, rotate.
V1 rotates. Alright, landing gear coming up. I bet it's the TCAS, which is this down here. Alright, so we set for about 15 to 18 degrees up. Command that. We want to set auto throttle arm. And we want to start cleaning up our flaps. Yeah, real pilot. Exactly. Yeah, KS, exactly. I forgot the auto throttle there, which is fine. Okay, so we can clean that up. De-stress is on there, and it's off. Alright, and we can kick our landing gear down in the center position, and we are flying. That's all it takes. And time. 9.5, 10 minutes. Definitely we can do it under 10. There's some optimizations there. Now, the best thing about LNAV and VNAV is it's automatically going to follow the exact path that we need to. So if we zoom out here, it's going to follow this entire path, including top of climb. Now, one interesting thing is, if we check our legs here, the Padre here, Padre waypoint, we have to fly past that at 12,000 feet. So this is going to hit 12,000 feet, level out, and then once it gets past that one to Seaward, it's going to climb even higher. So it's going to manage this all for us. You can see it's managing. It's keeping us at exactly 250 knots, which is perfect. Transport Canada has entered the chat. Go away. You're not my real dad. And of course, we can always use this thing too, which is how we'll probably land. Except I have no idea how to use it. So length. Is this the length and the elevation? Yeah. Length in meters, elevation, like 10. That might be 100 feet. I don't. Enter. Yeah, it is a bit hard to use, but if you set it up correctly, it'll give you a virtual landing point. Like, it'll give you a virtual runway drawn on the HUD, which I think is really cool. So we go FPV. Turn on traffic if we want it. I think that does the outline of the runway. Yeah, yeah, that's. I think it does that too. So I haven't even tried that yet. So the LM here. Whoops. I'm gonna assume 10,000 feet. So. All right. So there we go. So we can see we're now at this Padre. So we have to be at Gwyn. We have to be 6,000 or above, but because outclimb that, we're already well above 6,000 feet. But to hit Padre, we can't be more than 12,000. We have to be exactly at 12,000. So it's already hit that. It's already getting us to that point, and now it's just kind of accelerating away, which is perfect. And you can see the engines have come back quite substantially. And there is other modes to this as well. So like you can switch this over here to IMC mode, which gives you a very different view. So you don't really need things like your speed tapes. You can go into VMC. Looks the same to me. And then you can go to Pri, which is your primary flight display, which has everything on it. And then you can see down here, AIII ARM. That means it's armed for the Cat 3 approach. Of course, this plane can't... Well, this plane can fly Cat 3 approaches. It just can't do auto land because it's the BBJ, and it's just disabled in the config. I don't understand, and I can't turn it on. Oh, we got a fault up here. Bleed trip off. Ooh, we want to turn on our packs. Okay, so there we messed something up there. We forgot to hit the packs on. Because we can see our pressure is way off. We're way, way, way high. So our differential pressure is... Yeah. So the pressure there just jumped up now that we turn the packs on, but it's gonna keep that pressure low. So effectively it yeah, plus 30-second penalty. Yeah. So my plan with the video is I'm gonna do one which is just like a speed run as fast as I possibly can and release it as like a short 10-minute, like 5-minute, 10-minute video. Just like, this is how quickly you can get this thing up and going. And then I'm going to do a second video where I'm going to talk about all the little details. Like, if you're in a new airplane that you've never seen before and you don't feel like reading the manual, this is what you need to be thinking of. So, like, I have not read the manual for this. I have not watched people start up procedures for it, except for Flig, because, you know, it's funny. And that, which is why I was missing for VNAV. You have to have both flight directors on. So alright, so we're just about to hit Padre here. About 10 nautical miles from there. And we're going to do this entire flight because we're going to go to SFO and actually try and land there. Monsters greater than Red Bull. I have some Monsters in the fridge, and they're all right. I just don't like the taste of Monster as much. They're not bad. It's just I just don't like the taste of them as much. I like the Red Bull taste better. So both of them will give you a heart attack and cause you to keel over. So there's that. You know, good benefits there. At least that's what everybody says. I didn't realize BOR2 was marked in off. Alright. So the other thing we got to do is I'll bring this thing up. Switch this over to iPad. So ILS 28 left. Oops. Oh my god, come on. Procedures. Arrival. ILS 28 left. Alright, so let's open up the ILS procedures here. And we can see that we need to use localizer 109.55. In this plane, it does not automatically set those. So 10 set 55. 109.55. Hit the reverse. Perfect. So this should give us our ILS stuff. Appley taste. Yeah, they are pretty good. Monsters are pretty good. Gen 1, APU gen is off. Gen 2, inverter, 400. No seatbelts. People don't need seatbelts. All right. So seaward, we have to be 12,000 feet or below, which is fine. And then as soon as we hit seaward, we're going to climb. So I've had to do nothing else. I've pretty much had to set every active system on this airplane that's actually actively modeled. I figured out what recall means too. Recall means you press this button and any error messages should pop back up on there. But of course we don't have any. Alright, so there we go. We just hit seaward and you can hear the engines spooling up. Our climb rate's increasing. Pretty much everybody has a Red Bull or something, energy drink during Flig stream. And there we go. Climbing all the way to 330. So next thing we got to watch out for, climb this thing, is our... So there's our top of climb. It's calculated that for us. But ahead of that, we have our top of descent up here. So we want to make sure that when we're at the top of descent, we're already set up for our landing. Or not landing, our descent. Exactly. Where is our Fliggy energy? I am disappointed. Literally just get stickers made for Red Bull or something. I like those little half ones because it's like he's poking his head up in a can. Alright. So, what is it? Under progress, I think? SFO. Distance to go, 329 nautical miles, 2117. It's a little ways, little ways. Top of climb, 49 nautical miles. But not too far at all. probably pop over the standard barometer while we're at it. Surprisingly, this plane is it's got this weird middle ground mix of automation and not automation. Just so weird. So weird. Like, why does this handle have a middle position? Who thought that was a good idea? Or, like, not automatically switching onto the different buses. Like, okay, you do you. I wonder what the performance enhancement package is on the planes. And if we look to our right, we see the Queen Mary 2 and the dome that used to hold the Spruce Goose. Over here is the place where Harrison Ford keeps messing up. If you ever want to see Harrison Ford mess up the landing, just fly around here for a little while. Apparently he is actually a pretty good pilot, but there was one flight he had off Santa Monica, which is up here, where he had an engine out right after takeoff, or maybe during the landing. In any case, he had an engine out, and he had to land on the golf course right next to the airport, which is a pretty tough landing to do. Of course, he also famously landed on a taxiway right over top of another one, John McClane's 7-Eleven. It is right next to the tower, which is directly north of LAX. That's somewhere over here. Yeah, it's right up here. This is where Nakatomi Tower is. So that entire challenge we did the other day was from here to there, back and forth. Looks so small and such a short distance from this altitude. Nakatomi 7-Eleven. Someone should email 7-Eleven and Fox Studios and say, hey, you do 7-Eleven in Nakatomi Tower. It's for an internet meme that like 8 people will get. This thing does sound marvelous. I always find that super interesting that Boeing, they did everything they could to keep this plane as low to the ground as possible for easier baggage loading, which is why they still use 737-200s way up north. So up north, they don't have prepared strips, they don't have, major baggage handling, but they still want to get a lot of passengers and especially a lot of cargo, which is why they have the combi version. So it's half cargo, half passengers. And with those things, they have like gravel kits on them. So they got these little vortex generator things. I don't quite know what they do, but they sit in front of the engine. They have to be on the smaller engines, so the engines aren't as big, which means not as much power. Plus, the nose gear has this rock shield, so it prevents rocks from getting flipped up into the belly of the plane. That's why they still use those very old Boeing 737s up there, is because they're the best tool for the job. All right. Getting close to our top of climb. You see this green arc here. That green arc says that's when you're going to reach the altitude you've selected. And in this case, it's right on the top of climb, which means it's doing a pretty good job of calculating that. I bet that's an expensive gated community. How do you get to these houses? There's got to be a bridge. It's just not rendered here. I can literally just check. Go on here. Maps. LAX. Let's get aerial map. Turn off this IFR. So there it is. Okay, yeah, there's the bridge. La Venta Boulevard. I don't fully understand why you would want like a landlocked lake house like that. I don't fully understand. Back to the IFR map. Isn't this like Trevor Jacobs took off somewhere around here? Like, wasn't it like right here or something? No, it doesn't feel right. I think it was further north. I feel like it was like up over here is where Trevor Jacobs did that ridiculously stupid stunt of his. Now, I'm all for airplane stunts. Airplane stunts are fun. But you got to do them safely. You don't necessarily need to ask permission for them. But you just need to make sure you're in line with the law. Which, of course, he didn't, because he just, like, strapped fire extinguishers to his legs and jumped out of an airplane that was fully functional. Alright, let's pull up this plate, brief it. 1,800 feet at Duyet. Sometimes I feel like somebody's watching me. What a dog. Yeah, you're a dog. Everyone knows you're a dog. Color black sees us open up. Oh, yeah, you are a dog. The camera's just not connected today. Weird. Yeah, you just went for a walk. I heard you. Color brown. Didn't go white. That one did work. I'm so tired at 7:30. I know, right? Like I'm a bit exhausted myself. Daily Monster. So I had a Red Bull this morning. I had a ice cap midday, and now I'm onto this. So I might be getting a caffeine addiction, which I'm okay with. Can I move this? Ooh, I can. Look at that. Let's go check that pressurization panel and see if it sorted itself out. Yeah, it did. Why is the differential pressure so high, though? Well, if it was a problem, it would probably freak out. I try to regulate the amount of blood in my caffeine system. I know, right? So, several years ago, I used to, like, I'd drink, like, an extra large coffee and whatnot, and I found that if I didn't have that, I'd get really tired throughout the day. And then I realized, so I was reading something, they said, the reason you're tired isn't because you haven't had coffee, it's because you're partially addicted to that coffee. And your energy levels, you know, when you're not on coffee all the time, it's up here, and then you have coffee for the first time, or when you're not used to having coffee, and your energy levels like spike way up, and you're like, oh, this is great. So you start having coffee more often, but it starts diminishing the effects, and your regular energy level starts decreasing as well. So your regular energy level is like way lower, and you need coffee to get you back up to where you normally are. And I cut myself off cold turkey from caffeine, and about 2 weeks later, I definitely felt myself back up to those levels. So, and then I started doing the caffeine thing again and completely ruined it. So, yeah. But asked me to wake up for 8 a.m. work, and I'm gonna get a caffeine addiction. That's why we have a 9 to 5 schedule, right? Or 8 to 5 schedule. It's to help Big Coffee. They're the big cabal that nobody talks about. It's not Bill Gates. It's not, Elon Musk. It's not, the Illuminati. It's Big Coffee. Those are the ones you have to worry about. I'm not used to having this mic out. I do love this mic. It's a nice mic. Caught a special right before bed. No problem. Drink coffee because I enjoy it. Yeah. I'm actually getting to that point where I'm able to do that as well. I used to not be able to. Like if I had a Red Bull or like a Red Bull or a coffee or anything past noon, I would not sleep at all. Like straight up, could not sleep. Now I can like drink a Red Bull at like 6, 7 o'clock, and I'm out by 1 o'clock in the morning. There's no coffee conspiracy. Signed, Filgers. Filgers is the head of the cabal, big coffee cabal. The best part of waking up is that suggestive, weird commercial from Folgers. Oh my god! I wonder who greenlit that. Didn't think this is a bit creepy. My presence, my brother. Okay. Might just be the internet being a bunch of perverts. So. Alright, so what is actually 284 is what we should really be setting this for. 284? Entirely effective for brand awareness. It's true. It's true, brace yourself. That's a great thing about marketing. When has the internet not been a bunch of perverts? What's that old song or whatever? It's a girl saying the internet is really, really great, and then the guy goes for porn. Seems to be what the internet's for. For a lot of people, anyways. I have one friend, and it's like everything has to be about, you know, tits and stuff on for him. It's like, all right, like you go on like he was scrolling through his TikTok, and every other video was like some hot chick doing hot chick things. And like, I don't get any of that on my TikTok. Like none. It's all comedy, some airplane stuff, although there's not a lot of airplane stuff. But yeah, that's true. All right, so as we're approaching top of descent right there, we're going to need to set our altitude to follow this down. So it's going to follow these constraints all the way to the ground. If we check our legs here, these are our constraints. So it's not going to go below flight level 200, so 20,000 feet. So it has to be above that. And then 190, then it has to be exactly 15,000 feet, 8,000 feet, etc. So if we set this here to our 1,800 feet, 1,800, it's not going to descend for us automatically. Instead, it's going to follow this descent path for us. So you'll see, this is going to stay the same. Our throttles have all stayed the same-ish. Everything is exactly the same. We're just waiting for us to hit the top of descent, and then it's going to follow that whole descent path for us. Literally, this is all, since we've taken off, this is the only thing we've had to set. Sure you don't? Yeah. Avenue Q. What Avenue Q is? Is it like QAnon stuff? My brother is starting to go down that rabbit hole. Like, he'll send videos or articles about how Bill Gates is the devil, and it's like, Bill Gates may be a giant asshole, but I don't think he's trying to kill people. Actually, we should be setting both of these. 284. Oh my god, where did it go? Alright, so let's set our other one here, 109.55 as well. Six five 5.5. Flip that over. It's like a musical, the adult version of Sesame Street. Accused a musical comedy featuring puppets and human actors with music and lyrics by show's best. Approach the themes of interesting, and internet pornography, of course. The important issues: racism, homosexuality, and porn. There's time compression settings on this, but I haven't even looked at them. I've seen them there, and I'm like, I don't know why I would want to time compress everything. It seems to be not a lot of fun. Oh, that's a projector screen. I was like, what am I looking at? See these bolts? That little pi symbol? It means for the guy at the cashier's counter to charge twice as much. Yeah, I think it was like right in there that Trevor Jacobs did his bullshit. Greg the Bunny, yes. I loved Greg the Bunny when I was a kid. Tardy the Turtle walks past a mirror and looks over at it. A turtle! It's just so ridiculous. I don't remember much of that show. It had Seth Green in it. I'm pretty sure it didn't have Sarah Silverman in it too. Eugene Levy, if I recall. It was such a random show. His crayons taste like purple. I should add those as like sound effects or something. Yep. Add Greg the Bunny sound effects or something. Because nobody's gonna copyright strike that, right? I do have to be careful though, because the problem is any sound effects. So like I've turned off blurp now because they don't. Even if they play, I can get a copyright strike for them. So, oh, you dog. We heard you. Go get it. I don't know what you're barking at, but you're gonna go get it. Not me. Don't look at me. I'm not gonna help you. What a dog. I had. Yeah. Whoa. Yeah, that was a pretty good show. I was surprising. It only took a short period. That it only went for like a half a season or something. What's done? What am I missing? Probably something in Discord, isn't it? Okay, easy way to... Yep, that makes sense. pretty much as soon as I see the color change text on there, it's changed behind me by the time I can even look back. So it's pretty quick here. And I have it in... So YouTube I have in regular latency mode, which gives much higher quality, even though it's possibly transcoding it. Well, it's... So the interesting thing on Twitch is you only have 1080p source, which can be a problem for a lot of people watching. Whereas if you go on YouTube, you always get transcoding, except the transcoding is always delayed. So you can't get like the source feed, which is kind of a pain. So Twitch, if you get transcoding, you get the source and a bunch of transcoded lower versions. The source one is going to be much faster than the other ones. Whereas on YouTube, you never get the source, but you always get transcoding, which is all of the other ones, including the same quality one. So even it'll never give you the actual raw source one, which is probably a good security idea. Because all you need is like a flaw in a browser to like have bad video decoding, or on a phone or something, and all a streamer has to do is send out a bad stream, and it just pushes that stream through as long as their Twitch encoders are looking at it, go, yeah, that looks like a visual stream. It can go and break that person's computer, maybe hack them. Just, you know, imagine you get a streamer's key and there's like 1,000 people, but there's a flaw in iOS or whatever, an Android or in a browser, and they connect onto that streamer's thing, and all they have to do is send out like 3 seconds, like, or even 1 second of video, and all those computers are now compromised. It'd be rough. It'd be a rough day. So sending down source is usually a bad idea. Transcoding usually a lot better, but it does add latency, and unfortunately that's what Twitch really banks off of, is the interaction between chat and a streamer. You are so broken. Yeah. Just staring at me, wagging her tail. What do you want? Constant attention. I know. So I got something interesting too. Came to the door today. I wasn't expecting it until like next week, but it came today. It was an impulse buy this weekend. Mostly because I saw somebody playing DCS, and they were just flying around, and they're just looking around. They had those I can't remember what it was called. The thing that detects where your head is with it when you put an attachment on like your hat or on your headphones or whatever, and it'll track where your head is, like a track IR. I think that's what we call it. I'm like, man, that looks pretty cool. But there's a better version of it. Yeah, track IR. Yeah. But there's a better version of it. I don't know how well it's going to work for streaming. When I see CD using it, I am like annoyed because he's like whipping around. But I can understand for him, it's an amazing experience. But for me watching it, I don't particularly like it. So I don't know. Maybe we'll try it. We'll see what people think. Haven't even opened it yet. I'll cover my address information. Ish. Something like that. If it even shows up. Probably shouldn't show barcodes and stuff either. So just figure that out from there. I am dumb. That's fine. Alright, so let's go to progress. Surfer, we are 3 minutes away from there, I guess. Yeah, after seeing that video with of DCS, I was like, man, that game looks like a lot of fun. Because you're effectively flying airplanes, but now you've got a goal, an actual mission. You got to go take out other airplanes, and it looks like it's a hard game to play because it's so like realistic, and kind of want to get into that. I'm way too busy, so it's probably something I got to wait until the fall. But and things like Star Citizen. If you ever look at the Tobii website and go, oh man, I want to get this now because it's on a discount, just wait. They give out discounts to different communities all the time. Like right now, I think it's like Euro Truck Simulator, like a new version that's coming out, so they're giving out a discount for that. Before that, it was like Star Citizen and DCS and Flight Simulator and whatnot. And they're just, what they're doing is they're getting one community excited. It's like, we're giving out these discounts to this one community that can really use this. And you go, oh man, I really want that. But it's just a marketing thing. It's always the lower price. You don't get anything other than the tracker for the discounted price. So it's smart marketing. It is smart marketing. What should I do for a thumbnail for this video? Alright, so we're just passing the Surfer and top of descent. And now we're going to start, if we watch, the throttles are going to slowly bring themselves back, and then we're going to start our descent. It'll keep the speed up so that we're not going too slow. And there we go. It's descending. Throttles coming back. And it's going to keep this in a nice balance. So it's going to be going just at the right speed. So it's going to maintain this speed, and all it's just going to do is more throttle to shallow out the descent, or less throttle to steepen it. And if it's following pretty steeply, then it means we basically have no throttle. So Tweakifer, it was about, it was just over 10 minutes. So there's the timer from there. But we had another minute on there. But we also, there's some optimizations. So we are going to land an SFO. So I'm turning this all into a video. And the hope is I'll be able to do the landing once, and then I'll be able to do 3 or 4 startups from scratch. And just take the best one, and then that's going to make a good thumbnail. Like, starting a 737 in under 5 minutes, right? How to start the 737 from PMDG in under 5 minutes, right? Because all the other tutorials are like 45 minutes long, and you're like, oh, okay, do I really need to enter that information? No, okay, no, I don't. Okay, cool. I gotta put in all the waypoints and all the airways and you know, it's just being annoying. So 270 knots, 45% throttle, and 1 downline on the descent. Neurally, so we have to be above 2,000 feet by neurally, which we definitely are. So we go legs. So flight level 190 by waves. Old telephone switchboard. Why? I was thinking of like putting in the Xbox controller on it, going like the best controller for high-speed takeoffs or something. Just like troll people, which is interesting. So I was talking to some of my creator friends and talking to them about my Red Bull video and how on my Red Bull video I say that the airplanes they were flying were Cessna 185s, and people started freaking out and replying, "This is a Cessna 182. Can't you tell the difference?" No, I can't. I kind of don't care about the difference either. Kind of the same airplane, which is one has a slightly bigger engine in it. But to them, it's the end of the world. And it's like, wait, so this is like rage baiting. So they see this and they get super angry about it. And they have to make a comment. But when they make a comment, it increases engagement and shows it to more people. And then those other people, some of them, a lot of them like it because they don't care about what the difference is between a 185 and a 182. But then there's going to be some other people who will also get angry. Interesting. But we're definitely going to be doing another takeoff here shortly. So as soon as we get this bad boy on the ground, which I did earlier, the problem is I screwed it up and only set my top of descent to 3,100 feet, which was above the glide slope, and it didn't pick up the glide slope until it got closer. So I basically overflew the runway. So yeah, so we're going to try a lower altitude this time. Literally channel that rage. Exactly. Which I actually uploaded a whole bunch of my videos that I recorded here last week, which I've been meaning to cut together and publish, but after Saturday I was just too exhausted to do anything on Sunday. And then, holy crap, it's Wednesday. Ugh. Then this stupid airplane came out, so I've been playing this for a couple days. So I think this right here is our glide indicator. Or not our glide indicator, but our RMP. So that's like your approach path. So when this diamond meets the middle, then it's going to be, that's your best glide path to get to the next waypoint, the next constraint, effectively, to make the next constraint. So right now we're right on the nose. So if we were flying without autopilot turned on, this will still give us that guidance, and then we can control it ourselves. Coming in there pretty fine. We're not doing anything. It's like we literally set this altitude here like 15 minutes ago, and we're coming on in. Ground speeds, we got a pretty heavy headwind here. 50 knots of headwind. Oof. Awful. Reset our heading bug here, just in case we have to pop off of our LNAV. Cool. Alright, so let's bring this down to lower range. Alright, we're under 18,000. We can swap back over. Let's check our METAR. Doesn't let me type in anything. But either way, we can tell. 3023 is what we need our altimeter setting. Should be pretty close to that. So SFO is right up here in front of us. It's giving us our flight path. And we can see Eddie here at 6,000, which is going to be up in front of us. Eddie 6,000. A little ways away from it, but that's fine. It's going to fly in right ahead here, and then it's going to take a turn and land at SFO right over here. One of these, yeah, I think it's right there. Kind of hard to see, but that's definitely it right there. Alright, so now as we're approaching 10,000 feet, in America, below 10,000 feet, you have to be below 250 knots. So as it gets to there, it's slowing itself down as it gets all the way down there. As it descends, it's slowing itself down enough that it's not going to overspeed by the time it hits that 10,000 feet. So you'll notice it's bleeding off that speed automatically, which is good. Proper VNAV is really, really nice. It means basically no manual flying. So this is basically Silicon Valley right here. I went and saw the Apple garage and the Google garage. The garage that Google started out of. The HP. So a bunch of these storied Silicon Valley companies. You can just drive by their old garages, like where the company got started. It's kind of incredible. So we're under 10,000 feet. You can see we're at 237 knots. All handled for us. Alright, ILS just popped in, which is good. Just gonna keep slowing down for us. By He-Man, we should be at 179. See our flight vector over here. Where's my G meter? I feel this is an important measure to have on a heads-up display. How do you know how many G's you're pulling when you're in a negative dive? Like, come on. Yeah, exactly. Where's the missile lock button? The chaff, the flare. I can't even arm the missiles. Like, what's the point? So, by He-Man, should be 3,100. First officer passing out, too cheap. Could you imagine that? An airline pilot, like, the first officer comes in his first day, and he's got, you know, his little epaulets on, and his white shirt, and he's all ready for business to get in the plane, and the captain comes in like, a G-suit. Where's the G-suit? You gonna, like, pass out on me? I'd totally do that if it was like a ferry flight, not like a passenger carrying one. Just like come up and even if it's like a fake G-suit, just like freak out the first officer. This is his first day. It's G-suit coming in. Got a helmet with like an oxygen mask like dangling under your arm. Well, I see someone didn't come prepared for his first day of work. Get fired for that, I'm sure. Airlines have very little sense of humor. Alright, so let's bring back the target airspeed, which is fine. Check down here. Drag required. Yeah, that's what I thought. Flight detent. Start getting our spoiler or flaps down. So it says drag required. Approach VRAF not set. I don't care. So if we go VOR lock. Get a little more flaps in. And there we go. We're all lined up with the runway. And kick ourselves into approach mode. Still giving us a VNAV path, which we are currently over. Power nap. Gonna chug a monster.
$2,500.
Let's set our minimums to 200. I don't know what they should be. I'm not looking. 213. Close enough. Looks like AIII kicked in. I'm still not seeing my virtual runway. Single channel. Let's go dual channel. Landing gear coming down. Set our auto brake to heavy. Alive. Outer marker, that's fine. Glide slope. We're on slope. Yeah, Walk Ninja. I'm not seeing that, the virtual runways there. Yeah, I gotta get a little bit more flaps out. Alright, bring this speed back. And we can bring the spoilers back in. Spoilers to the armed position.
Traffic. Traffic.
Yeah, don't care.
Traffic.
Walk fell asleep.
500.
It's
400.
pretty solid approach there. I don't know what VREF should be, so
300. Approaching minimums.
approaching minimums. Fine. That's fine.
Minimums.
Minimums. Fine. We're good. Whoa. Nope, 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 nope. I pressed the toga button.
Don't sink. Don't sink. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Too low.
It's
terrain.
fine. The landing
low,
is fine.
terrain. Too low.
We have a lot of-
terrain. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain. Too low. Terrain.
I think auto brake worked very well there. Alright, we're on the ground. And we can clean up. And these bad boys can go back. And that is how you fly one of these planes, as long as you don't press the toga button. Hey, someone in an extra. I don't know who. I'm assuming it's one of you. Auto brake disarm. Cool. Yeah, let's go park over here. It's Tweakifer, isn't it? This is a rather tight stand. Okay, parking brakes are on, and to shut us down, all we have to do is to be, you know, should turn on the APU, wait for the APU to start, and then kill these. There we go. No AC power. Yeah. Just telling us we're on DC power. We have no AC. Cool. Now we can just go like this and just shut ourselves down. There we go. We're done. All right, so let's go and try this whole thing again. Bring up the timer. Get rid of that. See if I remember everything this time. All right. Starting out here at the stands on San Diego. All right, so let's start. No, that's a reset. Start. All right. First things first, battery goes on. Kick on our APU. We can close that. Electrical pumps, hydraulic pumps can go on. Up here, we want to turn these on to nav. And start setting up our FMC. FMC required. Position init. We got to wait for that to come on, but we can do KSAN. That's where we're taking off from as our reference airport. Not necessarily needed here, though. KSAN. And then KSFO. Just telling us we're on battery power, and we shouldn't be. That's fine, though. Our APU is still starting. That's okay. Departure 27, the Seaward 2 via the LAX. Our arrival, SFO 28 left via the Surfer 4 with the Eddy. We're good there. Route, we can activate that and execute it. Now, if we go over here, we should get our GPS information here shortly. As soon as that comes on, and it is. Now we have AC power, so it's not going to be beeping at us anymore, which is good. Turn on our yaw damper while we're up here. And we're now aligned. Copy off our GPS information. Good. And, alright, so now our performance, 0 fuel weight, we can just double click on that. Reserves don't really matter. Cost index, the higher the number, the faster it's going to want us to go. We're going to flight level 330 for our altitude. That's all we need on this page. N1, the faster the better over here. Cool. Next page. Next page. Oops, sorry, take off. Clear off that message off the bottom. We want to do 5 flaps. Set all of our V speeds. And we are basically set up here. Okay. Set our altitude, cruise altitude for 330. Very important. Landing, SFO, pretty much the same. Okay. So let's start our engines. APU bleed, we got to turn that on, otherwise the engine won't start. So that's pushing high pressure air into the engines. We can use this. Left engine. Of course, we forgot something really important. On. All of our fuel pumps. 25%. Fuel goes in. Power comes up on N1. And back here, we can go to our FS actions, ground services. We can release the power cart. We can also go and... Stairs are already being removed. That's fine. But we can go back to our menu, FS actions, push back, and L. We want to do a right turn, bring out our tug, and
Cockpit to ground. Go ahead.
that's
We've been
good.
cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail to our left. Roger that. Ready to push. Tail to the left.
Cosplaying UPS? I'm not UPS. Wait for that to be around 20 to 25%. We can start introducing fuel. Okay, and while we're down here, we can put this onto TARA.
Brakes released. Here we go.
All right, really important. Flight director on. Those have to both be on. Now we should be able to hit LNAV and VNAV. Got lights. Set this to our 330 because we're not flying with VATSIM, so we can fly to whatever altitude we choose. Approximate runway heading 240, somewhere around that range. 270, sorry. Somewhere around that range, and we're going to want to set this to the same we had over here in our performance. And one limit, takeoff 139. 139, please. And like that, I don't think there's anything else we got to set up. Dual bleed, so we can turn that off. We should turn these bad boys on. That can go off. Make sure we turn on our packs, because if we don't, they're going to have problems. Turn this isolation valve to auto. Our electric pumps are on. We are
Complete. Parking brake set.
We are perfectly fine now. Okay. Pushback is complete.
Brake set.
Now, gotta hit our brake set. Number 2 behind an extra 300. Line up and wait. Oh, come on.
Alright, steering pin is disconnected. Watch for the slip release from guidance on your left. Have a good flight.
Wait for that tug to get out of the way. And we are rolling. 6 minutes until we're rolling. Set our flaps. And they're rolling out. We want to set projected takeoff. That's fine. I don't know why that auto brake is acting like that. Oh, it's because there's no brake pressure. You drink your energy drink and drink my White Claw because now I'm a basic white chick. Yes. And there it goes. Out it goes. Perfect. So we got brake pressure now. That's what happens when you get the plane going faster than it likes to go. Literally a minute and a half just to taxi. We got the plane started up faster than we can actually taxi this damn thing. That Airbus better start moving. I can't tell if it's a person or... And then there's a 747 right behind it. That's fine. I'm cutting in line. You guys can all wait. I'm speed running this. I've got live split up. Just playing 737. I think you might have had a wing strike. You definitely had a wing strike. Alright. This is a real fast taxi. No, and another airplane just appeared on us. Toga we go.
80 knots. V1, rotate.
9 minutes to rotate.
Positive reincline.
Landing gear coming up. Somewhere around 15 to 20 degrees apparently is where we want to go. And turn on the autopilot by clicking the little command button. And we can bring our auto brake up and start bringing our flaps back. Okay, flaps all the way up. And we're cruising. That's it. That's all we need to do. Now that our landing gear's up, we can now pop it into the off position. And the plane will automatically fly itself. Nine minutes into the air. About 9 minutes into the air. Alright, now the only question that really matters is, yeah, I know. Right, I have to press the button on here, don't I? Yeah, okay, that's fine. Alright. Now the only question that really matters is... Would I not set auto throttle on that takeoff? I didn't. Well, that's all right. We're gonna do this. We're gonna do this at least one more time. All right, bring up the pitch.
Bank angle. Bank angle.
It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Low. Airspeed, low.
Airspeed's not low. You're low.
Airspeed, low. Airspeed, low.
That might have been a bit out of the envelope. But it did do a barrel roll. Do a barrel roll as you overspeed. It's fine. It's fine. Don't worry about it.
Bank angle. Bank angle. Bank angle.
Yeah, there's going to be some more bank angles. Come on, chill out.
Bank angle. Bank angle.
Set our
Bank
throttle
angle.
somewhere around
Bank
there.
Angle. Bank angle.
Now, I am terrible at barrel rolls, even in the best of planes. But, we're going to YOLO this thing. Alright, nose up. And then just start a regular roll.
Bank angle. Bank angle. Bank angle.
Airspeed, low. Airspeed, low. Airspeed, low.
Alright, that was a lot better. That felt like a barrel roll to me. Wasn't exactly the most perfect of them, but it did work. We're on the same heading. Alright, combat landings down at the airbase over here.
Bank angle. Bank angle.
This is a lot sportier
Bank
than the
angle, bank
A320. I feel like a fighter pilot. Master caution. Yeah, it's fine. I know. So there's this airbase right here, which is where we're setting up to land. I'm gonna work, yeah. Well, go look outside. You might see a smoking crater here any minute. It'll be a virtual smoking crater, but still, smoking crater. Here's another great question. Throttles are at 0. Can't go into reverse. Ah, videos of those A10. Alright, I gotcha. Pitch the nose up to burn off some of that speed. What is it complaining about now? Speed brake extended. Yeah, I know. That's fine. Don't worry about it.
Bank angle.
Okay, we're going full flaps. Yeah, I heard you. Oh no, you're whining about something.
Bank angle.
I like how the plane doesn't tell you what's wrong, it just buzzes that there's something wrong. That's so annoying. Alright, well now it's quiet. Alright. Maximum auto brake, because why not? It's like a baby. It just cries until it gets attention. Prefer the F-35 HUD. It is a little bit better. There's La Jolla. I don't know what La Jolla is. So we got a 15 knot crosswind. We can manage that. Need a bit more power. The nav path is super handy. Jola instead of Hoya. I just said La Jolla. I don't know what La Jolla or... Okay. I don't speak Spanish. Torrey Pines Golf Course. Okay. Hey, Bama. We are... Ah, stomach virus. I gotcha. I saw that caravan landing. I bet he watched my Sims. Yeah, I'm sure. Because if he did, he would probably do it upside down and backwards. Touch slow, but that's okay.
300. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate. Sink rate.
30, 20, 10.
All right. Speed brake's not armed. Oh, did I land with the speed brakes all the way out? Whatever. Talk to him your patented barrel roll. Did you take 3 hours? No, I took 10 minutes. Well, 10 minutes to get off the ground. We're going to try another one immediately. Flaps are all coming up. Welcome to Miramar. Hey, I was just doing barrel rolls. They called me in, gave me a number to call. Said, we want you on our team. Need you to teach at the Top Gun Academy. Take my place, the F-18s. Alright. Go hit the restart. No, not you. Dog. Thor Miramar is Class A RV. Wait, what? Oh, I thought it was like an airplane. That's kind of my dream, to have an airplane that's a RV as well. F737. Yeah, my F737. I like it. All right. Let's hit the reset on that. All right, San Diego. The stand out here. Let's go do it. All right. Timer started. First thing we got to do, battery's got to go on. That can come on. APU should start. Up here, we got to go over to our nav modes. FMC. Position init. K-SAN. Actually don't need that in here though. Route K-SAN. KSFO. That can go in there. Departure 27 Seaward via the LAX. Arrival SFO 28 left via the Surfer 4 and via Eddie. Go back to route, hit activate, execute. We should. APU is still not up and running. That's fine. Initial reference. So we can go to our index and hit perf. 0 fuel weight. Set that. 1 reserve. I don't know if we actually need to set that. 25 cost index. Flight level 330 is going to be our cruise altitude today. Enter IRS position. We can hit execute there. And hit ref. And yeah, I can do the IRS position here as soon as those are online. And those are online. Great. Next page. IRS position is now set. Unable to. That's fine. Now we are all set up there. We need to turn on hydraulic pumps. APU bleed needs to come on. That pressure is going to come up. Set for 33,000. That's our cruise. 0 there. That's fine. And down and up. Fuel pumps. We need to hit those for sure. Yaw damper. That needs to come on. Okay. And I think, based on that, we are actually ready. So we can go in our pushback. We can change that from straight out to L. We now turn right. Bring out the tug.
Cockpit to ground. Go ahead. We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail to our left.
Alright, so we're going to hit our left engine to start.
Ready to push, tail to the left. Park brakes off.
And that's spooling up.
Brakes released.
Spooling up. As soon as that hits about 20. Boom. We can give it power. And now we'll see our N1 start spooling. Good.
Brakes released. Here we go.
Low pressure, bleeds, bleeds. Wait for the power to come up. While we're waiting for that, we can turn on our flight directors. LNAV, VNAV. We can turn on our auto throttle. Because we looked at our speed earlier, 139 approximately. Set our altitude here to climb directly to 330. We are basically ready to go. Okay, one engine is running. Ground mode. Ground start mode. Wait for that to hit 20. 4 minutes. I think we're doing better. %. Yeah, the electrical system is still down. That's fine.
Pushback complete. Parking brake set.
Gotta wait for this one to come up. But we can turn on our APU, our bleed there, which is fine. Somewhere around 20%. Good start. We should be able to kick our generator on. There we go. APU is off bus. Means we can shut that off. We can set this to auto. We can turn on our packs. I think they want us to pop on our brakes.
Brake set.
All right, TCAS is off, but we want to turn that on, which is back here.
Alright, steering pin is disconnected. Watch for the slip release from guidance on your left. Have a good flight.
5 minutes, and we're taxiing. I think we're going to do an intersection takeoff. Because we don't need to do a full takeoff. We don't need a full length runway. That should shave off like 4.5 minutes. Favorite California airports? I don't know. They're all pretty good. There's a lot of them. All right. Set our brakes to RTO. The light should come on and extinguish, and it did. Whoops, we are way past the center line because I suck. Takeoff config. What's he complaining about? Oh, because I didn't set my flaps. That's right. It'll still take off. Flaps, yeah, exactly.
Bank angle, bank angle, bank angle.
Yep. We're going high speed on this one. Looks like a water park down there. Oh no, that's the San Diego Zoo, isn't it? We still have airspeed? How?
Airspeed full. Airspeed full.
Machine guns coming on? Well, I want to go visit SeaWorld. Who's with me?
Bank angle, bank angle. Pull up, bank angle. Pull up. Pull up.
His plane is not a happy airplane. Aww. Well, we did definitely beat the time, so that's good. Are we trying to break things? We're always trying to break things. Have you not seen my stream before? That's what breaking it. It's the fun, right? All right. Temp number 3. So I want to be taxiing before 5 minutes, and I want to be off the ground before 7. Everything set up correctly. All right, so let's start this. Wrong button. That's not a great start. APU. Ground power, so we're not getting an annoying message this time. Okay, FMC. And we can go pause in it. Look, we already have GPS coordinates. Great. There they go. Next page. Route. K San. That's got to go there. And then KSFO can go up here. Then our departing, we're going to do 27 the Seaward via the LAX. And then our arrival is going to be ILS 28 left via the Surfer 4 with Eddie. We can go into our route here. Next page, discontinuity. Copy that up. Activate. Execute. Okay, perfinite, 0 fuel weight. 1 on our reserves. 25 on our cost index. 330 for our cruise altitude. Execute that. N1 limits, those are fine. Takeoff, we're going to do 5 degrees of flaps this time. Set all those up. Execute that. Cannot do 280. Fine. And with that, we are now ready. So that's already burning. We can go our APUs. We can hit our APU generate. Turn on there. Our APU bleed valves. Got to set this to 330. So that's our cruise altitude. 0 there, that's fine. Hit our fuel pumps. So we can start getting fuel to the engines. Hit our yaw damper. And like that, we are now ready for a pushback. FS backup. Right. Looks good to me. Start.
Cockpit to ground. Go ahead.
Put on our brakes.
We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail to our left.
Alright, so we got pressure.
Roger that. Ready for pushback. Tail to the left. Release burn brake, please.
Starter on here. So this will start climbing pressure. Once this hits about 20%, we kick on the button.
Brakes released.
Alright, set our auto brake to RTO.
Brakes released. Here we go.
Alright, so we're going to turn on both of our flight directors. We're going to hit LNAV and VNAV. We're also going to turn on our auto throttle. We want this speed to be 139, which matched our rotation speed, or our V2 speed starting. Up here, we're going to want to set this to our actual cruise altitude. Assume we've been cleared to there. That's all ready to go. That engine is done. Set this one to start. Come on, you can start. And they're still pushing us back. Four minutes. I should probably pop that one on.
Pushback complete. Parking brake, please.
Parking brake is set.
Brake set.
Okay, that's engine is on. We can turn that on. Now we can turn our APUs off. We can also set our flaps.
Right, steering
1,
is disconnected.
2,
Watch for the slip release from guidance
and
on your left.
5.
Have a good flight.
And we're cruising. All right, so 4 minutes, 56 seconds. I think that's pretty much as fast as you're going to get. All right, and then we're going to do an intersection takeoff. Just so it's faster. We have our flaps down this time. We have our anti-skid brakes on RTO. TCAS is off. We want to turn that on. I don't know what the master caution is right now. I got too much power, taxiing way too fast. And like that, line up, full power.
80 knots. V1, rotate.
Rotate. All right, set. We can see the eyebrows up there telling us to go to 15 to 20 degrees. Landing gear coming up. And from there, we want to turn on our autopilot, as we do. And start bringing those flaps up. Flaps coming up. And that's it. We're in the air. What is that? Under 7 minutes? 6:50? Somewhere around there? I don't think you can do much better than that. That's quick. That's quick. I'd love to see someone else try, though. So, under 8 minutes to get to 5,000 feet. I think you're going to have to hold flig to that tonight. Alright. So now that we've done the slow, or the fast way, we should do this slow way. Who wants to hear about all the miscellaneous things, what they actually do? And if you're somebody who gets into a sim that doesn't have any manual, what do you need to be looking for? Because as I said, I haven't read any manuals for this. I've watched absolutely no startup tutorials. I've watched some tutorials on this, but that's all from real planes. Nothing from the actual sim stuff. N1 there. That's the N1 limit, so we can go N1 limit, auto. That's a fun button. So it's an N1 limit right now, right here, which means that it's going to set your throttle based on your N1 speed. And because I have it set up to not derate the engine for dual derate, and because I have it set up with the enhanced performance pack, I get 101.3% thrust. So yeah. Oh, and of course we got to turn this on and turn on our packs. All right, so one more run, but we got to remember the packs this time. See if I can shave another few seconds off of that. All right, so it's 6 that goes up. Okay. Santiago. Right in front of the tower. All right, and start. Battery has to go on. Emergency lights. APU. Kick that over to start. We got ground power, so we can use that. Switch these over to nav, so they start aligning. Get this down here to position init. We already have data, which is good. Copy that. Wait for that to show up. It's there. Okay, route. KSAN And KSFO. That can go there. Departure. 27 Seaward via the LAX. Arrival SFO. We want 18 left. We want that in the Surfer 4. And we want that via Eddie. We want to go into our route. We want to scroll down and copy that discontinuity to get rid of it. Execute. Cool. Initial reference, 0 fuel weight, 0. We want to set 1 reserve. We want to set 25 for our cost index. Flight level, 330. Whoops. Okay, and we want to execute. N1 limit, we're fine. Takeoff config, 5 degrees flaps. And execute that. And we are done down here. Okay, yeah, don't care. Alright, so that's all on. We can turn on our generators. It's good. Electric pumps can go on. APU bleed can come on, so we start getting pressure. We can start that up. Fuel pumps coming on. Set our altimeter. Good. Cool. Alright, so I think we are actually ready to start our engines. Left engine. Wait for that to come on. While we're doing that, we can go FS actions, push back. Out to the right, set our tug, start.
Go ahead.
Parking brake, that's
We've been cleared
ready
for pushback
just in
and
time.
Start. They want the tail to our left.
Alright, while that engine starts, we can go and set both of our flight directors to on. Auto throttle, LNAV and VNAV. Altimeter, or altitude to climb to, 330. 330, and we want to set this to our climb speed, V2, 139. Engine is ready to go. It'll be done in a second. Okay, it is started.
Brakes released.
Starting to push back. And those throttles all the way back. Engine start.
Here we go.
Okay, electrical system is there. Left generator is on. Could turn on window heat, but we don't really need that. So as that clicks off, good. Generator is on. APU can come off. APU bleed is off there. We can set our packs to on. Cross feed to auto. Rejected takeoff. There we go. TCAS. We want to turn that on. Okay, they're going to tell me to put on brakes.
Pushback complete. Parking brake, please.
440.
Brake set. Alright, steering pin is disconnected. Watch for the slip release from guidance on your left. Have a good flight.
And rolling 457. All right, get our flaps out. Okay, flaps 5. Our takeoff config is currently now set. And that was a Mooney taking off. Rolling takeoff.
80 knots.
605.
V1 rotate.
609 to rotate.
Positive rate of climb.
Landing gear coming up. .609 to rotate. I like it. Autopilot set. That poor Mooney. Bye. See ya. Landing gears all the way up. And we are flying. Under 7 minutes until, you know, we're at altitude. I like it. Alright, so we can go and check our legs here. We are good. I think I did everything right that run. Yep. I think that's the one. Alright, so who wants the slow version of that? Yeah, you're the slow version of that dog. Then turns over. Well, that's fine. This is the best setting, just GA. Go around. Go around. And thank you for the follow, PB Bagel. I think now that we've done the ridiculously fast way, I think we're going to do the ridiculously slow way, where we're going to talk about every little button I'm going to press and what the importance of it is. So let's see if we go around, because someone was saying last night that you can actually identify the VOR. So 117.8. So switch this over to 117.8. So this is our nav radio. These are VHF. Did I just hear that? Is there like a volume? Problem is there's no volume. I'm hearing. I'm hearing it, but it's so faint. No, go away. I wasn't talking to you, Siri. So there is an audio panel up here. Pretty sure this is just an alternate of it. Where is my beep code? Maybe it's just like on the low. Let's see if maybe there's an audio setting here. Music. I bring the aircraft engines way back. Yep, that's the right code too. Wow, that's incredible. Now, did they add that to Microsoft Flight Sim, or is that just part of this this airliner? Because that's awesome that they actually have it so you can decode it, right? So I'll bring that up here. Here's Mission Bay. This is the one I'm tuned to. And like it's super hard to hear. I really wish there was an audio level. You'd figure it'd be back here on this panel. I am 100% sure it didn't work before, because every other plane I tried it in, I was getting no Morse code. Maybe they added that somewhere in the past, but I very clearly remember tuning into VORs and not getting the code. Maybe it was some model or something. It was messed up. Or maybe the sound was just so quiet I could never hear it. Either way, that's pretty awesome. Months ago and getting it. Really? Well, maybe months ago, because I haven't tried it in probably over a year. And I know last time I tried it, I definitely couldn't get it no matter where I went. So a year ago, that would make sense. Sound. Wonder how deep down I can get that, like 5%. It doesn't change the sound on this at all. Options, simulation, maybe? No, I don't think it's in there. Yeah, I don't think you can change the audio levels. It's a little unfortunate. I heard someone else is doing this challenge later tonight. I hope so. I hope so. We were just remarking because we've flown over this area like 4 times now. And we're wondering, is there a 7-Eleven in Nakatomi Tower? And we figure you're the only guy who's going to have the answer to this. So I think we got time to do a full start, slow start. Inside the tower, of course not. Disappointing. I am very disappointed. Ooh, the wings flex and everything. That's cool. All right. So we're going to do the long, slow start, where we're going to talk about everything we're doing. So the first thing we do when we want to start an airplane is we need to give it power. And in that case, in almost all cases, we want to turn the battery on first. Obviously, we got power. We can see up here on this particular plane, it tells us what kind of power we're getting. So we see ground power's got 400, but nothing else has power on it. The inverter kind of does, but yeah, there's actually no power except for from the ground power unit. And we can turn that on. It's the ground power. We get outside. There's the ground power unit. That provides us AC power and gets us ready to go. So that's up and running. So we've got electricity now, which is a good thing. Next thing we want to do is align our IRS. And our IRS is our inertial reference system. And we can flop that over here. Now, if you have it on slow mode, it's going to give you a 0 up here. So or on fast mode, it gives you a 0. If you're on regular slow mode, this will be like 7 or 8 minutes. But our IRS is used to figure out where the plane is in the real world. And it uses an inertial reference system. That's what it's called, inertial reference system. The ADIRS is the whole configuration where it's able to tell from the your attitude, your angle of attack, etc. It's able to figure out all this information and calculate where the plane is by integrating it. Of course, you don't need anywhere near as much as that now that we have GPS. So we can see that that's blinking, which means it's ready for our next step. So we got, we're going to start our APU while we're at it. Good idea to start the APU. The APU is a generator that sits at the back of the airplane. If you don't have a ground power unit, you can actually start it without it. And that ground power on the APU is used to provide AC power to the whole plane. And we can hear it spooling up. So we can look up here and we can see the EGT. So that's the exhaust gas temperature of that APU is increasing. and that'll provide us AC power. So we don't actually need the ground power unit. Now, if you're sitting on the ground for quite a while, you're going to want to just be on the ground power unit because it's using its own fuel and not, wasting fuel from the airplane. But in this case, because we're only going to be on the ground for a few minutes, we're going to use that. All right, down on this one, we hit the menu button and go to FMC. Make sure everything here, engine rating 27K, this is appropriate data. Enter IRS position. It's telling us it needs us to do something. So we can go position init, and we can see here, we can go to our reference airport. We're in San Diego, K-San. And it has a database, it knows where K-San is, except we can see here the last position, which is probably where the plane parked, is different, which makes sense because the airport is a reference point in the world where the last position is actually where the plane was, and those can be quite off. But this still isn't good enough information. So enter IRS position, we click next page. We can see our how many pages are up here. So next page, and we see our GPSs have both aligned. So we can click that, and it copies it down to the scratch pad. And paste it into our IRS position. And then if we go to the next page, we'll see they're all aligned correctly. So they all know exactly where the plane is. So that's perfect. So we're good there. Next thing is our route. So where are we flying from and where are we flying to? K-San is where we're flying from. KSFO is where we're flying to. And kind of hard to see all that because I got that thing up. That's all right. Okay, San Diego to San Francisco. And if we go to the next page, it doesn't know how to get there yet. It's like, I'm confused. So what we have to do is click on this departure button. Click our departure. So this is San Diego, our departure. We're going to be taking off 27. We can usually figure this out from the weather. And if we're on VATSIM or something, they'll tell us what runway to expect and what departure. So runway 27, we're going to go the Seaward 2 departure because it makes the most sense if you look up on your charts. And we can go LAX. Perfect. Click the arrivals. So we're going to figure out how we're going to get into San Francisco. Now this can change in the air. Unfortunately, this plane fully supports that. ILS 28 left. And the Surfer 4 with Eddie. And if you look up on the charts again, this is what's going to make the most sense. We're not quite done yet. So we know how to get out of this airport. We know how to get into the next airport, but we don't know how to get in between them. So we hit route. It's figured out runway 27. But here's our Seaward 2, and then here's our Surfer. But it doesn't know how to get between the two. We can cheat a little bit and just click on this one and copy it up. Paste. There we go. So that's completed that route, so we don't have to do anything manually. Now, in the real world, you had put in a bunch of intermediary points, but we're going to cheat. It makes it a little bit easier. All right, hit exec, and we are good to go. So we know how to get from here to there, but the plane doesn't know how to set itself up. It doesn't know how to set its performance yet. So we have to go into our performance init, and you can also do that once you have. So if we go back to our index, so once you have the route all configured, all you have to do is hit init ref, and it knows the next thing you got to set up is your perf. Next thing we got to do is zero fuel weight, and we can calculate all this, or we can just be really lazy and hit our zero fuel weight, and it puts it in a scratch pad, and then just click again, and it pastes it in there. Zero fuel weight is how much that airplane is going to weigh if it has no fuel at all in it. And that's an important number to know because that includes not just the airframe, but all the passengers and any cargo in there. So, you may always be the same zero fuel weight, but it's going to be different for every single flight because you're going to have more people or less people or whatever it might be. So, in this case, our reserves, we would calculate how much fuel we're going to need. So we can go into our legs, or is it prog? Route data, here we go. Because we don't have all the performance information in there yet, we're not going to be able to really figure that one out. But our reserves, what we do is we use a external performance calculator to figure out how much fuel we're going to have in reserve. And in this case, we're just going to make it nice and easy and hit 1. We can really set this to whatever we want because we have more than enough fuel for this actual flight. So our cost index, the lower the number, the more efficient that plane is going to be. So this is a number that you set between, I don't know what the actual range is, but the low numbers mean the plane is going to be super efficient and burn very little fuel, whereas high numbers mean the plane is going to be very inefficient but get there fast. So it's a trade-off, right? There's two types of efficiency, speed and fuel. Speed is zero, or sorry, fuel is zero, and speed is a high number. So in our case, we're going to set it to a pretty high number of 25. And it's going to figure out for us automatically that our trip should be about 370, flight level 376. So 37,600 feet. We're going to set it to different altitude though. 330, flight level 330. And all we have to do now is hit exec, and we are good to go. Unable 280 knots at Nurley. Probably doesn't matter. We can just ignore that one, that error message. There's nothing else over here in the perf limits. These are just like specific limits, but we don't have to worry about them. Next one we got to set up is our N1 limit. There's two ways to get it. You can just click on N1 limit there, or you can click on it down here. This is going to tell us what we want to derate the engine to. In our case, we want to go fast, so we're not going to derate the limit on takeoff. We're going to set it to our maximum. This number is faster on my plane than on everyone else's because I have some stuff set up on that one, because the airplane is it's set up to not derate the engine. So when both the engines are running on most 737s, it brings the speed back quite substantially, how much power they're able to produce, so that you're not burning out the engines. And only when one engine fails does it let it use 100% of its thrust. I've set that up so it's always going to allow 100% of the thrust. And that's a purchase time option for an airline. So when an airline buys an airplane, they want to make sure they have the options they want, and that derate is one of them. So I can derate this back, and this is more normal for what most airplanes are flying. So I'm in the BBJ, so I've got less options than other people do. But in my case, I'm going to go maximum power because I think it's fun. And these are your various climb profiles. Just kind of leave them where they are. Takeoff. Takeoff reference. If you're doing performance calculations, you want to be checking all the stuff, making sure you're using enough. You have enough horsepower to get off the ground in the distance, and so that's another part of that derate, that derating. So most airplanes are taking off on a runway that's much longer than they need to be, so they don't need to be full firewall forward. They can take a lot longer to take off the ground because it puts less stress on the engine, which is why you would derate that. And part of that too is over here on your flap setting. So if you have a much longer runway, you need less flaps because you've got all that distance to take off from. So whereas if you're on a very short runway, you want no derate, you want more flaps because then it's able to take off at a slower speed, which means a much shorter takeoff run. In our case, 5 degrees flaps is a pretty normal number for most airports you're going to see that a 737 is going to be taking off from. Once we put in those flaps, it's going to give us our airspeeds. These are our various airspeeds. This is V1, V-rotate, and V2. V1 is a speed where you're traveling down the runway. Once you hit that, you are committed to taking off. You cannot stop the airplane anymore. Now, unfortunately, you'd have to really set that up in here for it to calculate that V1 correctly. In this case, we're just going to use the numbers it's giving us. V-rotate is the speed you rotate to get off the ground. So that's when we start pulling back. And V2 is your climb out speed. That's the speed you're climbing out at. So we just click those, it puts those in there, and we are good to go. We are actually done now setting up this computer. There is some other settings you can do, and maybe I'll make a video someday talking about all those individual settings. But for now, we're just doing the bare minimums because it's kind of more fun. All right. We are more or less ready to go here, so we're going to go back over into our main menu and go FS actions, getting ready for our pushback. So one of the things about the pushback is it automatically changes these ground surfaces up here. So ground power, we can shut that off. And of course, that was a bad idea because I didn't connect my APU yet. Fortunately, it's going to remember everything I set for it. Route. Yeah, it's remembered everything. Good. So what happened there was I told it to disconnect the ground power. but I was dumb and I hadn't turned on my APU. So the APU right here, this turns it on onto the power buses. So there's power that runs on 2 parallel buses in the airplane. And when it's on ground power, it's all run off that ground thing and off the ground power unit. And when you switch over to APU, then it should be on the auxiliary power unit. So we're going to turn on our electric fuel pumps there, our electric hydraulic pumps. So all the surfaces of the airplane are all controlled with hydraulics. You don't pull a cable and the cable moves them. It's actually moving some sensors, which then ultimately move the flaps and stuff. Click on our emergency lights. Any covers should pretty much be closed at this point. So our APU is on. Our APU is running. We want to also turn on APU bleed. Now, APU bleed gives us high pressure air from the center of that engine and puts it out to a bunch of other places that the plane can use it. And when you're sitting on the ground, waiting to start up, you're setting a bunch of configurations and stuff. Generally, you want to also turn on your air conditioners. Otherwise, people are going to get fairly hot in the airplane and get very annoyed at you, and you don't want to do that. That's a bad idea. We also want to set our flight altitude. So this is super, super important to do. Now, your flight altitude tells the airplane what altitude you're going to be flying at, so it knows approximately where it wants to be pressurizing that cabin. So right now, we can see, we are at, so we're at 0 altitude, which is actually not accurate. We got to change this. We'd read this off the METAR, but it's going to be somewhere around here, kind of 20 feet-ish. So if we look up here, this is what our cabin pressure is. So the altitude you're at is different than the cabin pressure in the actual airplane. And right now, because we're on the ground, they can be pretty even. We're fine with that. But when we get up to altitude, this cabin pressure, it can't be 33,000 feet or everyone dies of hypoxia, right? So that'd be right here. So the cabin pressure, you can't really see it very easily, but there's a little knob, a little nubbin right there, a little dial, and that'll move around. It can't be at 33,000 feet. Everyone gets hypoxic. So it has to be under 10,000 feet. Now, if you set this all wrong, these packs, these air conditioners / pressurizers, they're going to give you a very different altitude, and then you could actually blow up the cabin. So you have to really be careful about setting this. I didn't set this correctly once. I set it to 10,000 feet, and the thing wasn't working right, and I got up to 20,000 feet, and of course I had a cabin depressurization, and the airplane freaked out and dropped the oxygen masks. Landing altitude, same type of thing. Where you're going to be landing, it has to know that, so it can be ready for that. So it's not going to over depressurize it below what your actual landing altitude is at. So say you were landing at somewhere that was 4,000 feet, and you had your landing altitude set at 0, then it might start depressurizing it as you come down to 2,000 feet, 1,000 feet, and suddenly it's oh, you're landing. What's going on? I don't oh crap. You still have 1,000 feet of pressure difference. And then you'd have to go and manually fix that. So you don't want to do that. That'd be a bad idea. Okay. So aside from that, we want to turn on our yaw dampers. Yaw dampers is part of the autopilot system that when the plane is flying, the plane will start wobbling around a bit. Now, they're fairly stable airplanes, but say you've got a gust of wind or some wind shear or something or some turbulence, that yaw damper will dampen that out. Otherwise, without a yaw damper, the plane will just start wobbling around like a fish. Not a good thing. So let's go through all these. These are the flight control, various different flight control, standby rudder control, standby hydraulics. These should all just generally be closed. You don't really have to think about these in the simulator. I don't know how well they're modeled, but they are there. So if you have a failure, know that this is where you can change some of your flight control stuff. Navigation, these are your radios. So this is whether you're using the left or the right. The IRSs, remember those IRSs from up here that we set before? This tells you which one you're going to be using, left or right. So if, say, you had a failure of your left IRS, you could go here and just go both on right. And now both of your screens up here are going to be using that right source. And that can make flying the plane possible. Control panel, so both or left or right. Source, displays, so that's all here, right? So your displays, this is where you set the source. your IRS, whether it's using left or right, etc., etc. So all these nav stuff there. All right, next thing we go down to here is our fuel pumps. So right now we don't have crossfeed on. We don't need crossfeed on. It should generally be off because your engines are going to be running in lockstep. We want to start turning on our fuel pumps. This is going to pressurize the fuel tanks. So low pressure, and then they come up. Okay. So now we have fuel pressure, which means now we're ready to start driving fuel to the engines. Auxiliary fuel transfer. This is for transferring fuel. I believe this is only in the BBJ. If you have auxiliary fuel tanks, you can use that to transfer fuel. Down here, this is our electrical panel. This tells us exactly what all of our electrical stuff is. So we have no ground power, which means we have no power up there. So there's no volts at all. Gen 1, this is from engine 1, no volts. And APU, look at that. We have 402 hertz, which is what they run at, and 115 volts and 53 amps. So it's pushing some voltage into there. Inverter, 400, good. And that's a good thing there. So we can also check our batteries if we want. Check what amps they're all running at. And that's going to give us that DC. This is the DC side over here, direct current versus the AC side. Galley, that's on, and obviously we turned on our battery switch there, so we're okay. Standby power should always be on auto. You can kick that over to battery, and if you wanted to, but it really should just be an auto, so you don't have to think about it. And we can disconnect the battery and the generators. These are disconnecting the generators from the actual engines. Right now, because there is no generators, they're not running. We don't have to worry about that. Back down here, bus transfer. So APU generators. This selects where it's getting power from. The left bus versus the right bus automatically transfers. It'll automatically transfer those when you click the switches. Or you could set it for off and it just won't automatically transfer that. Right now, we're running on the APU generators there, which means that light is extinguished. You can see generator off bus means that those are disconnected. So the left engine isn't providing power to the left side, and the right engine isn't providing power to the right side. Never played games on my laptops, so my question is how to check what I'm running. 8 gigabytes of RAM, I'm scared to put my game on high-end graphics, yeah. 8 gigabytes of RAM, probably I wouldn't go high on that one. So, all right, so these are lights here for the circuit breakers. We don't really have circuit breakers and panels. It's daylight, we don't need them. Equipment cooling, normal. We could put that onto alternate if we wanted to, so that gives us a different way to cool our equipment. So there's an equipment bay below us, and this cools them off. Emergency lights, we closed this before. When you close it, it automatically turns it on. These are like, so if there's an emergency evacuation, it'll turn on the lights behind us. I don't really know how well that's modeled. We can turn on our fasten seatbelt sign to auto and our smoking to on. There's no auto for smoking. Chime only. So, attendant call, ground call. So that's there. There's some more lights down here. You can figure out what those are yourself. Windshield wipers. Before starting, we should always set those to park. Otherwise, they could be scraping across the window when there's crap on the window. Next one, window heat. So we're going to want to turn these on when we're getting ready to take off. So this is going to make sure we don't get icing on the window. Now here's another setting that might be different on your airplane. Your probe. So your probe is your actual pitot heat. Your pitot heat. And that's ram air pressure to figure out your airspeed. And on mine, I have an automatic setting, which means I just leave it in that all the time. I never think about it. But you can set it to on if you really want to. And if you don't have the auto setting, you should turn this on when you're taking off and generally leave it on all the time. I have the auto setting. It's a setting you can set up in your plane, and it changes the label and everything. Wing anti-ice, it's a hot day. We don't have to worry about anti-ice. We're not dealing with that. I turned on the electric hydraulic pumps. The engine-driven ones are pretty much always on, and the electric ones are the only ones you turn on and off. Do we need to put on alt when we have... we need to put land alt when we have no idea. Yes, you do have an idea. That's where your landing airport is. So you have to go and figure that one out. Now, you can change that when you're in the air. You just change that. This is a nice little setting up here. This tells you which doors are open, and we can see the forward entry door is currently open. So if we go outside the airplane, we can see, hey look, the forward entry door is open. So let's go back inside the airplane. And if we go up here and go to our FS actions, and we can go to ground services, and we can go next page. So we have our stairs on one left, so that's our front left. You can tell that to release. And we can see they just released, they closed the door, and now they're going away, which means if we look up here, that light just went off. So we know that's there. Cockpit voice recorder, I don't really think that's modeled in any way, shape, or form in any meaningful way. Air pressure, again, same thing. This tells you how fast the cockpit, the actual internal air pressure is moving up or down. So that's an important little one to know about. Air temp, we can set that to passenger cabin if we want to. And that'll recirculate the air or get it from outside. All right, so we are more or less ready at this point to actually take the plane off. Our IRS is up here. We already talked about those. This is your alternate mic selector, engine, EC, engine control. These are the electronic engine control units. Leave them on. Don't ever touch them unless you've got like a serious problem with the airplane. Auxiliary fuel. So this is how you get the bleed air into them. I believe that's to pressurize them. So you just leave that off. You don't have to worry about that flight recorder. These are your mock horns and your stall / machine guns. This is when you're getting into a dogfight. This is, you reach up here and have at it. Alright, so we are ready to now start this airplane. So this plane is otherwise ready to go. We should probably set up our MCP, which is our master control panel, I guess they call it. Turn on both of our flight directors. That's the two computers that tell us which angle we need to be shooting at. We want to go auto throttle arm, so it'll arm auto throttle. Turn on our LNAV, light comes on. Turn on our VNAV, light comes on. Good. Set our altitude that air traffic control cleared us to, in which case we're not dealing with air traffic control, so we go 33,000 feet. And I believe that's everything for this panel. Usually you want to also set a heading and stuff, but yeah. The descent flight levels, why do we turn that one if you don't know what I mean? Flight levels numbers. Oh, descent flight level numbers, like down up here in, where is it? Descent? I never play with this, because you mostly don't need to. So, alright, so let's start these engines. Now the only panel we haven't looked at here, these are all lights. All these things are lights except for the APU and engine starts. Now you can just leave the ignition to both, that's fine. You don't need to worry about that. I have an automatic setting. This is another setting option you can have. It will automatically figure out whether it should be in ignition mode or not, depending on your flight regime. In our case, to start the engine, we're going to want to hit ground. So that's ground start mode. We'll start the left engine. Now, some people say always start the right engine. Some people say start the left engine. It's up to you. If you have equipment right in front of your left engine, you're going to want to start the right engine first before you start pushing back. If you're next to a jetway, probably start your right engine because something's going to be right in front of that. Except you're usually pushing back from there, so kind of probably doesn't matter. And why is my screen here turned off? There we go. So that is... So I missed a step here, an important one. APU bleed is on. We want to turn off our packs. Leave that isolation valve open. Now we want to start the cranking. So if the packs are on, there's not enough bleed air to actually start the engine, so you have to turn those off. That pressure is going to start coming up. N2 is the center part of the engine. Once we're about 20%, we can introduce fuel, which is the starter up there. And we're going to see our N1 actually start to increase. So the N1 is basically the speed of the center core of the engine. So a jet engine actually has two components to it. The internal N1, or so the internal N2 core, and then the external N1 core. The N1 is like your N2 is your main core of the engine. That's like a standard old school jet engine. And all it has is it's got a compressor at the front of it, a combustion chamber, and a turbine out the back of it. And that's the main part where the actual jet engine is actually running. It's actually putting thrust through there. If you think of old low bypass engines or old jet engines, that's how they're all operating. They're all axial engines. They're not centrifugal jet engines. So when your N2 is running, that means that center core is spinning, which it can start on its own. Like it'll run there up to like 20% just on the starter, and it's a much smaller piece of the engine. It's a very very little rotational inertia in that thing. It has some, obviously, but less rotational inertia. And that thing will spin up, but it doesn't have anywhere near enough power to actually start the main part of the engine, which includes the main turbofan out the front. So when you introduce fuel into there, it starts really, really spinning up that N2, that center one. And then out the back of that N2 is a second turbine that's not attached to the main engine. It's attached to not attached to that center core. It's attached to the fan out front. So once that engine starts, that N2 number gets really, really high, it's got enough thrust to start actually turning that second turbine, which is the main core, the main jet engine. So you can kind of see that as part of the engine here. Turn this down just slightly. Oops. You can see this here as part of this engine, right? So this center part right here, this is where that N2 is coming from. And then this outer part here, this is where that N1 is coming from. And you can kind of see that here on the engine. That's why you can see through parts of the engine here. So you can see how you can see daylight through there. This outer part, that's that N1. And there's a central core in there. That's your N2. So that N2. So that N2, when you see that spooling up, that's that center part, not the outer part. All right. So we got one good start, 26%. I think that's because my throttles are a little bit janky. Okay, and we can see it automatically kicked us back to auto. Perfect. Next one, ground. And we can look there again. We can see over here, that's spooling up. Wait for that to hit about 20%. Engine starts, and we can see this starting to spool up. Low oil pressure, start valve open. Now, the starter isn't like an electric starter. The starter is taking bleed air. So that APU engine, it has its own starter, electric starter in it. But once it's started, you open up that bleed air valve, which takes some of that pressure, that final pressure there, and pushes it out, and it pushes it out through the main system, through the high pressure air system, into those other engines, and is able to spool those up. So that's where the starter comes from. It's actually high pressure air. It's not an electric starter. Barrow. Where's the QNH? Yeah, QNH. So QNH is where it's just up here. It's just another name for it. I think QNH is always in inches of mercury. In any case, I heard the thing click off, so we are good to go. Now, normally when you're starting, you also want to make sure your position lights are on. And here in this case, they're on by default. So the moment you get power, they're good to go. But that is basically it. We are more or less good to go. Let's set our Barrow here for our current altitude. Somewhere around that setting. We can turn on train if we really want to. Master caution, it's probably complaining because we just... So we can turn on our TRRA. Recall. What is it complaining about? So we've got everything up there running. main menu, and now we can go to our FS actions, and we can go to our pushback. So let's go pushback, change this out to a standard right turn, and set our tug, and start.
Cockpit to ground. Go ahead.
And they're going to ask us to put on our parking brake.
We've been cleared for pushback and start. They want the tail to our left.
In front of your face. Yeah, it's literally, yeah, it's like right in front of you when you look at it. Yeah, it's one of those things. So there's two tugs here fighting it out.
Brakes released.
All right, brakes released. They're going to start pushing us back. Now, there's only a couple things we have left to do. So we're going to set our auto brake here. So when we're taking off, that auto brakes can go on. So that light just came on, and now it's off.
Brakes released. Here we
The
go.
best part of an engine start is pushing back. The other thing we're going to do, we're not going to quite do it yet, but we can do it because it's kind of, we're in a simulator, right? We can do it right now. We also need to set our flaps. That's the only other takeoff configuration thing. And if we try to take off without the flaps down, we're going to get the flashing takeoff config warning, etc., etc. So we want to make sure we're not. We want to make sure we have our flaps down, because otherwise we'll never get off the ground. Just like plow into the other end of the runway. And welcome to the channel, Anthony. We are doing stupid things with airplanes. We were able to get the plane off the ground in 6 minutes and 9 seconds from cold and dark. So it's a new world record. This time around, it's taken us a lot longer because I'm talking about everything. And they're going to ask us.
Pushback complete. Parking brake, please.
Parking brake, please.
Brake set.
737 need for takeoff. That depends on a lot of things. It depends on your pressure altitude. Depends on your capacity in the airplane, like how much fuel there is, and if you want to derate the engines at all. So it can take a very short amount of time or a very long amount of time. All right, so we are basically ready to taxi. Let's start getting those flaps down. So there's no real easy way. So we can click on the 5, and it's automatically going to set that down to 5 for us. So there we go. We're at 5. And we can see that up here. So it's moving down to 5. Bring up a bit of throttle. And a bit of throttle. Unfortunately, my rudder is on my Xbox controller, and the Xbox controller is not the best for taxiing this thing. So we're definitely taxiing fast right now. And let's go to the end of the runway. We always want to use as much runway as we possibly can. You can do intersection takeoffs. I've done them in real life, but of course my plane only needs like 900 feet to take off, and I was on like 8,000, 9,000 foot runway. It's like, yeah, I've no need to use all 9,000 feet of runway. It was funny. Tower called, like, are you able to take off? Able to do an intersection takeoff instead of a backtrack? 7,000 feet of runway remaining. I was like, yeah, I think I'll be fine. Of course, if you're in a big, heavy plane, you can't do that. So. And generally speaking, airlines don't tend to do intersection takeoffs. So I was out at Kelowna. I've got some great footage of that. Where a plane, a 737, there was only maybe 100 extra feet down the runway, and they back taxied down there just to get that extra distance. Because there's mountains and stuff in the area. Any extra performance they can get, they will take. They definitely didn't need it, but, it's better to use it. You can't use runway behind you, is the phrase. Does a 737 land like Ryanair 737? That's not the plane. That's more the pilot. So yes. Yes, it does. I think we'll probably have enough time to get all the way to San Francisco tonight. Also save that dollar when they don't have to go toga. Yep. Well, I think in that case they did. You could hear the thing roaring and it got off the ground pretty quickly. It's because Kelowna has such steep mountains around it that you really want to use the maximum performance of your airplane in that place. It's like, you know, Paro or something, right? It's like, is it worth saving the extra, you know, stress on the airplane when the reality is that you know, you don't want to kill people? So, caution wake turbulence. I don't know if that's a person or if that's I think I might have like real world airplane stuff turned on. All right, parking brake is off. One more thing, a heads up display, because this plane is cool as shit. I can pretend I'm a fighter pilot. Full throttle. Master caution for something. I probably missed a step on something. Oh, I know what I did. I left the APU running.
V1.
Rotate.
V1 rotate. 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 Oh god, that sucked. Okay, landing gear coming up. Missiles armed. Alright, so somewhere in between. Usually you aim like 15 to 20 degrees. So let's kick on our autopilot. And let's turn off our auto brake and start getting those flaps up. Alright, flaps coming up. And so this is what the was complaining about. APU was off and my packs weren't on. So I can turn that to auto, I can hit that trip, and we're going to see this air pressure here. You can see it just dropping. So it's now repressurizing the cabin. So the cabin was effectively closed off. So when you take off, you want to make sure your packs are on and in auto, and your APU bleed is off. And you want to make sure your APU is also off. So that was a bit of a mistake on my part, but you don't necessarily need that to actually get the plane flying. So make sure those packs are on, and make sure these are on, of course. So we can close that up. So if we hit this, if there's any issue that you've like master recall shut off, it'll pop back up. So we are good, and we're flying. So that's all it takes to get this plane in the air. It's not that stressful if you know what you're looking at and what everything does. Now, one of the things for pilotage you want to be doing is you want to always be synchronizing your heading to wherever you're flying at present, to your next waypoint. The reason you want to do that is in case you have an IRS failure or GPS failure or something along those lines. We also want to set our landing gear here. So this Boeing has this off position because they're poorly designed airplanes. They're just old airplanes. But you want to set your heading there just in case your IRSs fail. Then if you have to go into heading select mode, you just press that mode and off you go. So, and we can see we're currently in climb mode. So our N1 here is set on our MCP. We're in climb mode. Our maximum rated output is 95.8, which is perfect. We can also change that down here. So if I go to GA, it's going to change that to 101.2. And the airplane's going to go, I'm going to take all the power you're going to give me. Or I can go to auto, and it will derate itself back there in a second. It should derate itself there back in a second. It won't. So we're going to go climb, and now it derates itself. And now go auto. All right, and we are flying. So, one of the things we're going to notice as we're climbing, the plane, we have it set here for 33,000 feet, but it just leveled off there at 12,000. I didn't know you watched Comet Crazy. I do from time to time, Backcountry Pilot. I've had Comet Crazy on the channel. We've talked a bunch. Comet Crazy is pretty cool. So you'll notice it just leveled out at 12,000 feet, and that is because we can go over here into our legs. This is where we're going to next, Gwyn. So we have to be 6,000 feet or above, but at Padres, we have to be at 12,000 feet, and at Seaward, we have to be at 12,000 feet or below. So the plane, it knows that, and it's not going to go any higher than that. We're also above 10,000 feet, so we're actually okay. But if we're below 10,000 feet, it would know not to exceed that 250 knots, because that's a legal requirement. Not an airplane requirement, just a legal requirement. So, we're going to keep flying ahead here. We'll turn on our traffic. Let ourselves see what's going on up there. We're also going to turn on some terrain, because why not? And FPV, we don't really need that. I only noticed you joined Discord, that's how I knew. Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, he's created a Discord. He's taken streaming more seriously now, which is pretty cool. I think my TikTok success has inspired a lot of people to start taking some of this stuff more seriously. Which I really should be editing my next TikToks, but I'm lazy. Ah, you made the Discord. Okay, I gotcha. He was having trouble? Ah, okay, yeah. Yeah, he was having trouble with his channel, too, so I'm a mod there. Although I just use it to, you know, get addicted to power. Ah, I'm terrible. Alright, from here, we are pretty much just flying. Nothing really special. Dictatorship, yep. It's the name of the game. Alright, now, because we know where we're coming into, I'm going to pull this open. And we're going to switch over to our GPS plates here for... So there's LAX. And there's SFO. SFO, we're going to hit our procedures and approach procedures. ILS 28 left. And from there, we know what radio frequency we need to be on. Localizer 109.55 up at the top left of the screen there. Bands Blue Gunner. In my own channel? You bastard. 109.55. So this plane doesn't automatically tune them, which is super annoying. AEEE arm, runway, 10,000 feet, elevation, we're going to go 5 feet, enter. Ban 2. Ban. So some people will play with all these, you know. But, you know, these are just like tests for certain parts of the airplane. Yeah, nothing more to really say. It's flying an airplane. My shift key couldn't work. So we can also check our progress here. It's going to give us our how much fuel and our time. So SFO, we're looking at 21:45, and it is currently 20:48. So that's a little less than an hour until we're there in SFO. So I reckon it's cool with failures, and those tests can actually be useful. Yeah, exactly. So I like playing with failures. One thing I recognized in this game is I had my engines completely fully rated, like maximum power, and had them firewalled because I forgot to turn on auto throttle, and had it flying for like 30 minutes, and it handled it no problem. So now there is some stuff in here. I haven't really played around with too much. FS actions, so you can like go into ground maintenance and stuff, and actually maintain the airplane. So you can change the oil and all that kind of stuff, which is really neat. Oil quantity, so we're burning oil because, you know, why not? I wonder if we can open these doors in flight. You know we're going to try that some flight. Wait. Air stair. This doesn't have a tail air stair, does it? I don't think it does. I think that's just like the door. It's got like air stairs that come out of the side door there, the passenger door. Let's do this. Camera. Showcase. And I think, yeah, it's set up. So this is the BBJ. You know, there's some stuff underneath. Look underneath first. There's like, yeah, it's kind of standard cargo bay. There's standard landing gear. Another standard cargo bay. This is the avionics bay up front. Obviously not very well modeled, but you can actually open that door, and that'll get you into the avionics. That's that that switch in the center there. Then we have our nose gear. Not a whole lot to say for the interior there. There's our pilots having a little chill. Oh, that's cool. Like, it flicks you inside. That's interesting. Airplane is turning. I feel like a logbook formals right now. And I'm distracted. Under the front and rear doors. Is there a maintenance bay back under the rear doors? I don't see one. Air inlet. Part of livery, but the cabin's not. Yeah. Well, it's the way that the LOD models are handled. The LOD models in these airplanes, you have an interior and exterior model. They're actually two separate models, and then it merges them together. And only when you're within a certain distance of certain models does it give you that. So, for example, we're in the maximum level of detail exterior model right now because we're so close to it. But if you look inside the cabin, because we're outside of the cabin, it's fairly low textured. Like, it's fairly low detailed, which is fine. You know, unless you're like looking over their shoulder like this the entire flight like a psychopath, it's not a big issue. But then you get inside, now it goes to the maximum level of detail. So this is the sub-level maximum detail of the cockpit, and then this is the maximum detail once you get inside. So, all right, so let's check the cabin. Up in the galley here, get some jump seats for the I'm assuming that's for the go-go dancers, because this is a private jet. The strippers. I'd make a joke about Epstein Island, but laptop up here. PMDG stickers. DC. That's pretty cool. I wonder if their next plane is going to be a DC-3. BBJ during Flick Stream today? I always am. I think it's way cooler. So there's a private bathroom here with a private shower. Look at that. It's marble. Mirrors don't work. Totally, it ruins my immersion. Hovering through this airplane, that's pretty normal, but you know, the mirror, super important. Jesus, look at how high resolution those that fruit is. That is way more polygons than that needs to be. Then you got a private kind of office seating there. Second washroom, because you know every washroom needs its own separate washroom. Some kind of closet of some sort. More office type of seating. This is for your servants slash employees slash people you don't like very much. And they also get their own bathroom, obviously. This one is the horrible smelly one. Galley and back doors. PAX looks like crappy economy class. Yeah, exactly. If ice were... Where's the de-ice button? Where is the de-ice button? Ooh, wrong button. Don't press that one. That's so cool. Alright, so your de-ice... If you have ice, there's two things you need to do. First thing you need to do is make sure your probes are on. In this case, they're automatic, so don't worry about that. But you also want to make sure your overhead window, your window heat is on. Those should generally be on a lot of the time. Less important, but the other place is your wing ice. So your wing ice and your engine anti-ice. So these will, I believe these actually give you less like less power on the engine. So you want to turn those off. And your wing anti-ice as well will, I think that takes from bleed air. In fact, I'm almost 100% sure it takes from bleed air. You can see once I open that up, the bleed air just shot down. So, so what it's doing is kind of putting high pressure heated air through the front edge of the wings, and you can actually see that if you look outside the airplane. That's why these wings are a different color. So that's so that can heat up. It's really slippery. Instead of this is still slippery, but it's not as slippery as up here. And when it heats up, the moment there's a layer of water in there, it'll just slide away. So it prevents ice buildup. And engine, I don't quite know how that works. I believe that just heats up the front of the cowl, but not 100% sure. But that's how you turn on your anti-icing system either way. Oh, shit. I'm an idiot. So here's your probes. And here's where your window heat is, and then here's your anti-ice. And you can see when you kick this on, you'll see your duct pressure will drop because it's pushing that hot air out. Obviously, I have it recorded, so because I'm turning it into a YouTube video, it's not a big issue because it independently records all the different sources. So, how much does it cost an hour to run this plane? If you have to ask, it's too much. It is too much. There's a reason people don't... I don't know how popular the BBJ is, even amongst like the ultra-rich, because it's not a fast airplane. So when you're buying your own private airplane, you want it to land at short strips, and you want it to land at and get you there really fast. Those are the two really important things. 737, it's a pretty high performance airplane, but it's not a fast airplane. Like if you look over here, and we're over 18,000 feet, so we got to go over to standard. We're only Mach 0.73. Like, I think at the higher speeds, it's getting near Mach 8 or something, but yeah, so 727 for you. Yep. Isn't that the one Trump is flying? Trump has a 727, or is it? I think he's got a 727. Or at least used to. But yeah, Learjets and Gulfstreams, those go a lot faster. Like some of those are like 0.95 or something. That's what I get is 727 is they're neat. 757, right? And I think doesn't he have those because he started an airline, it failed, and then he just like, well, I'm going to use it as a personal airplane because selling a 757 is a little bit difficult nowadays because they're older airplanes. But he likes it because it has a rear air stair that just like folds down, so it doesn't take up any like cabin space. So he can walk out the back, which is kind of a badass thing to do, right? The plane comes in, taxis, turns around, drops the air stairs out the back, and you just walk out. Private A380. How much does an A380 cost? Those would be like $500 million or something. Why don't we just ask Google? A380. Oh, sorry. It's only $276 million. For a like new, that's not a new airplane. It's a like new. It's $276 million. A bargain, an absolute bargain. A 2005 model, which has obviously been rode hard and put away wet, is only $77 million. Very affordable. Couch cushion money. Development was like $25 billion, and they're no longer building them. So, yeah. They were built for a time before we had... So A380, I think development really started before they really implemented computers really, really well for automatic... yeah, I know, dog. For automatic scheduling. So now we have this like we have the hub and spoke system where... Before we did anyways, where all the planes would fly to one hub, and then between those hubs you'd have a big airplane that would drop you off, which is why, 20 years ago, you're trying to fly across the continent, you'd fly to one airport, fly from your local airport to one bigger airport, then across to another bigger airport, and then maybe to another airport through feeder airlines. That doesn't happen anymore. Now everybody's flying A320s, 737s, these smaller, cheaper airplanes, and they're able to schedule a lot more of the stuff. So you can fly, like you can get all the way from Edmonton all the way down to like Orlando or something, no problem. Whereas before we'd have to like stop off like Minneapolis and then into Orlando stuff, so you'd have all these feeders. So they're a lot better at scheduling that, which means they don't need these really big airplanes. Bushwick, you are not my only viewer. I have a whole group of 20 some odd people over on Twitch. So, I like streaming over on YouTube too, but yeah. So, we're just about to hit top of climb. Actually, I think we just did. I'm a viewer. Everyone's a viewer. You're a viewer. You're a viewer. Everyone's a viewer. So we're at top of climb, which means now we're cruising, and we've basically accelerated as fast as we're going to go. 0.77. Excessively salty. I'm not a viewer. I'm a bot. Welcome to the chat, Excessively Salty. Everybody's a bot. I've just gotten really good at programming bots to talk to. I just like talking to myself / my bots. It's wonderful. It's potato version 2. I'm just testing potato version 2. There you go, Tweak. You figured out the YouTube channel. Yeah, I like trying to build viewing hours on the YouTube channel, and I figured, hey, you know what? People are enjoying watching the stuff on Twitch. I may as well dual stream. I'm not a partner, so I can dual stream wherever I want to, and maybe some people will watch. And some days I've had several people watching on the YouTube side, some people not. But it's worth it. Worth putting it on both of them. Eat poop. I'm a bot. So, if we go back down here and go to our progress, 2150. So we're actually slowing down. So that means we probably... That's one of the things, too, is when you're going over here and setting your performance calculations. So, if we go to index and performance, your cruise wind and stuff, if you set this all wrong, it's not going to take into account your headwind and stuff. So in this case, we're flying slower than we should. But that's okay. Get real tired of reloading the sim while making liveries after every adjustment. Oh, yeah. You can reload it. You can hot load stuff for the airplanes and modifying airplanes and stuff, which is how I do it. But I don't know about liveries. I think liveries is a little bit different. Yeah, I don't know. I haven't really played around with liveries. And where's my liveries? Brace yourself. I was making them for Fliggy. I need my own liveries too. They better be upside down and inverted. Liveries are for existing planes, not SDK projects. Yeah. I know that PMDG has released like a kit for this, so like a livery making kit. Yeah, the pain kits are decent, yeah. The pain kits, yes. Because they hurt a lot. A Blender version. Yeah. The pain isn't loading the sim, that's true. Does it have to recompile the entire plane again when you do a new livery for it? Because that'd suck. I think you only need to recompile it when you load that specific plane, but then the liveries are like free fast loading. Only the variant, yeah. Yeah, I've loaded all of them once, and just to get it out of the way, just make sure you don't load them in dev mode, because that's probably a bad idea. It doesn't fully optimize them. Was this where Trevor Jacobs did his stupid nonsense? Or was it up here? I feel like it was right here. Might still be further north. They had to recompile today after the patch. Wait, what? There's a patch? Because I haven't updated. I never read release notes or any of that stuff. Like, I just don't have the time in my own home life to be chasing around news of stuff. Software update 9 patch. Yeah, no, it didn't pop up and say it needed anything. Unless it came through, because like stuff will come through on Steam that I'll never notice. I think it's only content updates that are within the game. Alright, so top of descent is Surfer. Let's check our progress. Surfer is 21:27. So we got about 20 minutes till we get there. Yeah. Yeah, if that's the case, then that's why I wouldn't see it. Steam printing the patch does it automatically. I got the MS Store version, so I have to go through the Xbox app manually. Okay, yeah. Ouch. Although, so I've had to buy the game twice now. Once for the Xbox, which gives me the Microsoft Store version, and also on Steam. So I initially bought it on Steam because it's, you know, what makes the most sense for me. But it is what it is. Did I also tell you I got one of these things? How do I cover it so you can't see? Maybe you'll be able to see. You can see, you can deduce what that is from that without seeing the serial numbers and barcodes and personal address. I haven't even opened the box yet. Probably later tonight. So I saw some guy playing around in DCS, and I'm just like, man, that looks like so much fun. Yeah, curious your thoughts. Yeah, let me get it going. Yeah, I haven't even figured out how to set it up. Part of the problem is my monitor is really, really, really big, and I have stuff in front of me. Hopefully it's not going to have a problem with that. But the other problem is my studio light is right behind my monitor, and it's just like barely poking up over top. So it's going to cover that a bit, which is going to be a pain. We'll see. We'll see. Make sure our N1 limits are automatic. They are. Very good. Now, we got that error message before that said unable to do 280 to Nurly. That means we're probably going to have to pull out the spoilers, speed brakes. And there's like a flight detent here. 50%, flight detent, and spoilers all the way up. Put them all the way up in the air, it just rips them off. It'd be kind of fun. Turn off going anti-ice, we don't need that. You can see here, now that we're at altitude, we're at 33,000 feet, but our cabin pressure is at 5,000 feet, which is actually pretty good. So when you're in the airplane, you only feel like you're 5,000 feet. So when people are like, my ears are popping in the air, it's because I'm at like 33,000 feet. You're not. The actual cabin pressure is still at 5,000. It is still an increase in pressure, but it's not a massive increase in pressure. I actually have a fun story from. I was, this had to be 8 or 10 years ago. I was feeling a bit sick, and feeling a bit sick, and you know, I was getting a lot better, and I decided to go out flying. So I went out to the airfield. You know, I'd finished being sick a few days before, but went out to the airfield and got in the glider and went up flying to about 2,000, 3,000, 4,000 feet. Not terribly high, but not too bad. Above ground, so that's like 8,000 feet or whatever, or 6,000 feet, I guess. So I come back down, and as I'm coming back down, my ear is not equalizing like at all. I was like, oh, this sucks. It starts to hurt, and I keep coming down, and I land, and I'm trying to clear my ears, right? And nothing I'm doing is really working. We go out for supper and whatnot. It's still not clearing itself. I'm getting kind of annoyed at this. Like, it'll clear itself in time. Don't worry about it too much. That night, my ear just started to hurt. Just like really, really hurt. So I go, it's like 2 a.m. I go to the emergency room, and I'm like, doctor, my ears are like hurting. And I was coming down, I was descending in the airplane, and my ears are just killing me, and I can't equalize them. Is there something wrong? I got like a burst eardrum or something. It hurts. I know what it is. Do I want to know, Wormhole, what you think it is? So the doctor, he goes, he looks at the ear. He's like, okay, well, you have fluid in the eardrum. You have fluid in your ear. Normally, we just tell people to just like walk it off. It'll be good in a couple days. But because you're a pilot, I'm going to give you some medication, and you'll be good to go in like 12 hours. And it wasn't until I got home that I realized he probably thought I was a commercial pilot. I was flying like stupid gliders, right? Oh, You don't like purple, do you? Purple is scary. You better bark at it. Oh, what a dog. So, yeah, the doctor was like, yeah, here's your medication. So, yeah, and it was definitely better like 12 hours later. Almost out of fuel in the main tanks. You can see our fuel flow is 1.1 ton per hour on both sides. Yeah, it takes both proper English and American English. Scariest aviation moment, go. I've got two. Always in gliders, because gliders can be fucking sketchy. Yeah, Aussie English? I think you could probably type it upside down. So, the first one that I can think of was I was just starting to get into cross-country flying. So flying, actual distances. And I'd flown away from the airport the day before. I'd gotten outside of glide distance for the first time ever. I'm like, this is great. Like, I am outside of glide distance and I have to fly and hit lift to get back. So the next day I do the same thing and I fly south of the airport. And I get down to another airport, and I fly around that, and the clouds are good. The clouds are booming. It's a great day. Don't really worry about it. I turn around. All the clouds behind me have disappeared. Not all of them, but some of them. Like, most of them have disappeared. So I start heading back towards the airport, picking up as much altitude as I can get. And by the time I get over the highway, so there was between the two airports, it was maybe 20 miles and then a highway, like a major highway, and then another 20 miles. So by the time I get to the main highway, actually, no, the clouds were still there as I was coming on my way back. So as I get to the main highway, I look ahead of me and it's like the clouds have really badly developed. Like it's now rainstorms, or looks like rainstorms in front of me. It's, raining down in front of me. And I'm like, oh, well, I'm not going to get it there. I'm going to head back for that other airport. If I have to land out of that other airport, no big deal. If I land at an airport, they can just tow me up with the other tow plane. It costs like virtually nothing, and everyone has a good laugh, and you buy everybody some beer. If you land at a field, then you've got problems, because then you have to take the airplane apart, and that's everybody hates you. Well, not hates you, but they're not happy. So I get to this road right in the middle, and by the time I get to that road, the rain has really started to develop. It's like, well, I'm not going there. I turn around and no clouds. Back south where I came from to this other airport, no clouds at all. It's all completely dissipated. I'm like, oh shit, what am I going to do? So I'm like, you know what? If I head north through these rain clouds, I'm going to get some lift in there. I don't know how much lift. And, either way, it's equidistant to an airport, so I may as well go to the place where there's a possibility of lift instead of no possibility of lift. So I start heading back, and I get about a third of the way there, and I realize this isn't rain. This is hail. Now, I'm in an all-metal glider, and you have not heard a more terrifying sound than hitting hail in a giant metal box in the air, where that metal, if it gets damaged, you fall to your death. And just this boom, 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 just this bang, ping, 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 like it's bad. But it's not damaging the plane. It's small hail. I'm like, I'm gonna keep going. And worst case, like, it's not bad hail. If it gets bad hail, I turn around. But it's small pellets, really small pellets at this point. So I just keep plowing my way through. I can't see the runway. I can't see the airport in front of me, which I absolutely should be able to see at this point. But I can see the ground, so I'm still okay. I'm still legal. I'm still good to go. I keep going, and eventually I'm just about circuit altitude, and I'm just like, oh man, about 1,000 feet above ground is where I know I am. I'm looking for the entire way back. I'm looking for landing spots in case I need to, and I get there. I'm about 1,000 feet, and I look up, and I see just one half of the runway, just that one half of the runway, and I'm like, perfect. And I was able to get in and do a low circuit, and I think I entered the circuit at like 500 feet, get down, fully landed. As soon as I touch down, I open the canopy. Well, I look up to open the canopy because, you know, it's rain. I don't want to get wet. Little wuss. So I look up, and the clouds just part ways, and I look back where I came from, and the clouds are all just finishing dissipating. Wrong place, wrong time. But I did make it back, and it was a fun story. So that was pretty sketch. Or spelled anything. Alright, so we know what the altitude is we got to get to here. Hopefully this time I won't hit the toga button. Is a runway what Wright said Fred modeled on? I guess so. Alright, so we're going to start setting up for a descent here. We know we have to get to 1,800 feet. So we're going to push that all the way down to 1,800. And let the plane figure out how it wants to get down there. So once we hit the top of descent, it's going to start descending for us. San Francisco is just up over here. Yeah. All right. All right, our runway is 284, so we're going to set our course 284. Good. Yeah, who was I talking to? They mentioned that in the past, 50 years, airplanes have gotten faster. They've gotten slower. Like even a modern 737 is actually slower than, was it the 727s, like the predecessors to it? It's just, people don't care if it's going to take an extra hour as long as it doesn't take an extra day. And that allows them to be more efficient and whatnot. And they can technically run them faster. Like, right now, I'm Mach 0.76, right? I can push this up to I think about 0.8 before it'll start complaining. I do like how well everything's modeled. Like the engine derating, like that's cool. The actual IRS properly needing to align, that's cool. The DC bus on the power, that's cool. You know, the air pressure, that's cool. So there's a lot of this plane that's really nice. It reminds me a lot of the DC-6, probably because they're made by the same people. So still VNAV path. We're about to hit top of descent here very, very shortly. 21:28, so about 3 minutes. I wish it gave me an ETE instead of an ETA, but do you know what this nav status is? I think this is just like verifying with what do they call it? Area something. But there's a, before GPS, they used to use multiple VORs, and then just you'd know how far, you know, what angle you are from each VOR, and then just with the DME you could figure out where you were, or just the angle you are from two VORs, you could, you know, cross-reference yourself on that. And then if you knew their GPS location, you could get yourself a pretty good location from that. Loran C, that's what they call it, Loran. Some guy on one of the Facebook group was selling a Loran the other day. That's a few months ago now. And he just goes, is anyone looking for one of these things? It might work. Nobody knows. Give it to you for free. Everyone had a good laugh. Alright, so we're at Surfer. We're about to hit top of descent, which is just a little past Surfer. And when we do that, we'll see the airspeed going down. The throttle should retard a bit. And the airspeed should stay about the same. I came through in reverse on my screen. Join the Discord. Explain Discord. So what I want to do is I want to make the potato so it's able to, if you donate bits, it will automatically cause random failures in the sim. But I got to figure out how to do that, which means I have to figure out how to push in certain, like I can push in values and stuff, but I don't know if they have that in PMDG. My pay makes me feel discord towards my employer. Yeah. You ever seen that guy Joshua Fluke? He gives you kind of a different perspective on employment. It's like you are not their family, you are not their friend. They want you to feel that way so that you don't have any animosity towards them. So you feel like, oh, they're great, but have no disillusion. They will cut you loose if they feel they want to. They don't even need a good reason. They can just do it. Mostly in the States. Alright, so we're descending. Our throttles are back. So, you know, if it needs to descend at a faster rate, it just brings the throttles back further and it'll keep the same airspeed. If it has to descend slower, then keeps the throttles higher and keeps the same airspeed. You can hear that ticking noise? That's this thing here. That does actually work. So let's actually program that in. Let's see. It is 115.8. Oh my god, these labels are annoying me. So switch to VOR. It's not liking that. I'd say we're too far away, but I think we're well within distance at this point. Headwind, crosswind. Position report. That's gonna do some stupid radio thing, isn't it? RNP. That's pretty cool. I think this is telling you that this tells you your next waypoint. This tells you it's calculated guidance. Don't know what RNP and ANP actually stand for, though. Okay, so this up here we can see is the San Francisco Bay. That looks like the airport probably right there. So we're going to come in over here and then into there. Okay. Brief the approach plate. While we're at it. Alright, so ILS. We're not doing a circling, we're not doing a lock, we're a localizer, we're doing a full ILS. So our minimum is 213. It looks like this is cross me there. This approach requires minimum. Is there like multiple pages on this thing? Where is those? Thank you, Jeppesen. I don't know. This approach requires minimum blah blah blah. Okay, I see. So if you can't meet that constraint, then you need to pick a different. Yeah, the 789. So if you can get 330 feet per nautical mile to 1600, then you can do the much lower one. So 213 is our altitude, barometric altitude. 213. Oh, and we're through 18,000, so we can switch over. So we check our weather. 3027. All right. Enable 280 knots at EPIC. That'll be fine. All right. We're getting there. Definitely getting there. Okay. Full at 8,000. Approach reference. Flaps 40, 133. So where's our... We put in our wins here? Hey, how's it going? The Loacito, I guess? Yeah, we are just about to land in San Francisco. Within about 10 minutes. And thanks for the follow. $109.55. We are tuned. 109.55. 284. Course 284 on both. Real 737 pilot. No, not an airline pilot, unfortunately. It likes playing the sound effects twice. Alright. A-triple-I armed. Under 9,500. It's weird that sounds like the trim is like spinning like crazy and it's barely moving. How's the PMDG 737? How do you feel it? I think it's the best jet airliner in the game. By far right now, it is easily the best. Is it worth the $70? No. Especially when you get the fly-by-wire. Now, obviously, it does things the fly-by-wire doesn't do. It simulates a lot of failures and stuff. Most people... Approach VREF not selected. Don't care. Most people aren't really going to care so much about things like failures. They'll like turn them on once and then never touch them. But that's really where the power of this one comes from, is that all of those failures, like I can go and mess with things. Like I didn't set my my pressurization system correctly, and I got a screaming warning, and it dropped the oxygen masks for people. So, what's Flig's stream title? I haven't looked. I don't have regular Twitch open. I just got the creator dashboard. Is he gonna crash something? I hope so. Australia? No, that's someone else. Can we break 2 hours? Speedrunning a 757 setup. Yeah, yeah. Well, I definitely won that one, so 6 minutes and 9 seconds from start to wheels up. Nine hours. 6 minutes, 9 seconds is my record. Alright, so getting these things out. Break 2 hours. So bring up the raw plate. 3100. Yeah, it's still descending all the way down there, so we're going to have to flaps up descent. Start getting sub flaps out. Drag required. I know drag is required. Give us some spoilers, slow us right down. So we have to be at 3100 by the time we reach this this turn here. Not the best place to put messages, like in your scratch pad. Okay, Boeing, you do you. Alright, drag is good. We can leave those in the armed position, which they are at. Auto brake is on. Basically just flaps and gear at this point. I'm not going to buy it. I prefer X-Plane. Yeah. Yeah, if you're an X-Plane guy, then yeah, if you already have the X-Plane version, you're enjoying flying the X-Plane version, there's probably no reason to get this version. For us, we like playing this with a bunch of friends, and that's something that Microsoft Flight Simulator does a better job at. And we really like the graphical fidelity too. And they've added a bunch of really nice stuff to this version that they don't have in the X-Plane version, so or the PMDG versions. But that doesn't mean that they're bad versions. It just means they don't have the same things. Outer marker.
2500.
And you're coming down. Let's go on approach mode. Approach mode, please. Please, thank you. Well, it's glide slope and VR lock, so I think it's got it. Did pop out of the speed mode though. So 30 degrees, we gotta be way back. Managing the speed, and our 40 degree is 133. Alright, we're rated for go-around thrust, which is good. So not a commercial pilot. No, not yet. I am working on my commercial license, but I just haven't had a lot of time to work on it because I got a million other things going. I got a day job.
$1,000.
Alright. AIII is armed. How come my approach mode didn't go in? Interesting. It's soon, yeah. Well, yeah, it's just a matter of, like, I don't necessarily need it, but for the around the world flight, it's going to make it a lot easier to get into certain countries. All right, final flaps are in. Gear is down. Brakes are on. Spoilers are armed.
500.
It's following the glide slope, which is good. Come to Panama.
400.
Panama's in the wrong direction, but I'd love to. I kind of want to do like some test fly, like basic flying first. Hey, Stork Man, how's it going?
300. Approaching minimums.
We got runway in sight. We're good to continue.
200 minimums.
Oh, shut up.
100. 50. 40. 30. 20.
Problem with not having the right controller set up. I have to use my left hand for both the stick and the... What are you
10.
doing? Oh my god. It went into toga again. Don't do that. Don't do that. Don't do that. Oh god. It went into toga again. Yeah, I should have just went around, but... Like that. That wasn't fun. It's the second time it's done that. Yeah, I don't have cool sound effects. Alright, gear can come up. Spoilers can go all the way in. Kick off our brake. I think I just need to start breaking out the stick, because I think that'll help a lot. Because right now I've got to use my left hand for this stick and then move it over to the throttle and back, which doesn't work all that well. The other alternative is I could switch over to, instead of panning around like a normal Xbox controller, switch it the other way so it's using the right stick as flight stick. The right stick is the flight stick. All right, brakes on. And, oh, you know what? We need to do this. APU start. So otherwise we're going to have problems. Altitude, 0 pressure difference. Perfect. So technically I can shut off the engines now. Just means we'll run on batteries for a second. Shut off our fuel pumps. Those can go on. APU bleed can come back on. Leave that on. That's fine. Off, 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 off. Cool. Shut these off. That's basically it. Yeah, from there we could just turn these bad boys off, shut off our APU, waiting for the APU for no reason because we're just going to shut off the battery. Boom. That's it. We're done. All right, so let's go raid somebody. You know, could raid Flig, but, you know, he's got enough people watching him already. Let's go see if we can find somebody who's got, like, way less people watching them. I know who we're gonna raid. They were helping out the other day. I'm pretty sure they got regular chat. Yes, they do. Raid. Put him in there. So we're going to check out Mustafa. I haven't really talked a lot to Mustafa, but he seems interesting enough. That can come up a bit. Got a bit of sound on there. He's got sound. Very good. All right, so we're going to see him and see you guys maybe tomorrow or what? No, probably Friday. Friday, I think. So, anyways, see you guys. Thanks for stopping in, and see you Friday.